Death of a Salesman by Arthur Miller. Cast in order of appearance: Willy Loman, Linda, Biff, Happy, Bernard, the Woman, Charlie, Uncle Ben, Howard Wagner, Jenny, Stanley, Miss Forsyth, Letta. The action takes place in Willy Loman's house and yard, and in various places he visits in the New York and Boston of 1949. Throughout the play, in the stage directions, left and right mean stage left and stage right. Act 1. A melody is heard, played upon a flute. It is small and fine, telling of grass and trees and the horizon. The curtain rises. Before us is the salesman's house. We are aware of towering, angular shapes behind it, surrounding it on all sides. Only the blue light of the sky falls upon the house and forestage. The surrounding area shows an angry glow of orange. As more light appears, we see a solid vault of apartment houses around the small, fragile-seeming home. An air of the dream clings to the place, a dream rising out of reality. The kitchen at center seems actual enough, for there is a kitchen table with 3 chairs and a refrigerator. But no other fixtures are seen. At the back of the kitchen, there is a draped entrance which leads to the living room. To the right of the kitchen, on a level raised 2 feet, is a bedroom, furnished only with a brass bedstead and a straight chair. On a shelf over the bed, a silver athletic trophy stands. A window opens onto the apartment house at the side. Behind the kitchen, on a level raised 6.5 feet, is the boy's bedroom, at present barely visible. 2 beds are dimly seen, and at the back of the room, a dormer window. This bedroom is above the unseen living room. At the left, a stairway curves up to it from the kitchen. The entire setting is wholly, or in some places, partially transparent. The roofline of the house is one-dimensional. Under and over it, we see the apartment buildings. Before the house lies an apron, curving beyond the forestage into the orchestra. This forward area serves as the backyard, as well as the locale of all of Willy's imaginings and of his city scenes. Whenever the action is in the present, the actors observe the imaginary wall lines, entering the house only through its door at the left. But in the scenes of the past, these boundaries are broken, and characters enter or leave a room by stepping through a wall onto the forestage. From the right, Willy Loman, the salesman, enters, carrying 2 large sample cases. The flute plays on. He hears, but is not aware of it. He is past 60 years of age, dressed quietly. Even as he crosses the stage to the doorway of the house, his exhaustion is apparent. He unlocks the door, comes into the kitchen, and thankfully lets his burden down, feeling the soreness of his palms. A word sigh escapes his lips. It might be, "Oh boy, oh boy." He closes the door, then carries his cases out into the living room through the draped kitchen doorway. Linda, his wife, has stirred in her bed at the right. She gets out and puts on a robe, listening. Most often jovial, she has developed an iron repression of her exceptions to Willy's behavior. She more than loves him. She admires him, as though his mercurial nature, his temper, his massive dreams and little cruelties, served her only as sharp reminders of the turbulent longings which she shares, but lacks the temperament to utter and follow to their end. Linda, hearing Willy outside the bedroom. Willy? Willy. It's all right. I came back. Linda. Why? What happened? Did something happen, Willy? Willy. No, nothing happened. Linda. You didn't smash the car, did you? Willy. I said nothing happened. Didn't you hear me? Linda. Don't you feel well? Willy. I'm tired to the death. The flute has faded away. He sits on the bed beside her, a little numb. I couldn't make it. I just couldn't make it, Linda. Linda. Where were you all day? You look terrible. Willy. I got as far as a little above Yonkers. I stopped for a cup of coffee. Maybe it was the coffee. Linda. What? Willy, after a pause. I suddenly couldn't drive anymore. The car kept going off onto the shoulder, you know. Linda. Oh, maybe it was the steering again. I don't think Angelo knows the Studebaker. Willy. No, it's me. Suddenly I realize I'm going 60 miles an hour and I don't remember the last 5 minutes. I can't seem to keep my mind to it. Linda. Maybe it's your glasses. You never went for your new glasses. Willy. No, I see everything. I came back 10 miles an hour. It took me nearly 4 hours. From Yonkers. Linda. Well, you'll just have to take a rest, Willy. You can't continue this way. Willy. I just got back from Florida. Linda. But you didn't rest your mind. Your mind is overactive, and the mind is what counts, dear. Willy. I'll start out in the morning. Maybe I'll feel better in the morning. She is taking off his shoes. These goddamn arch supports are killing me. Linda. Take an aspirin. Should I get you an aspirin? It'll soothe you. Willy. I was driving along, you understand? And I was fine. I was fine. I was even observing the scenery. You can imagine me looking at scenery on the road every week of my life. But it's so beautiful up there, Linda. The trees are thick and the sun is warm. I open the windshield and just let the warm air bathe over me. And then all of a sudden I'm going off the road. I'm telling you, I absolutely forgot I was driving. If I'd have gone the other way over the white line, I might have killed somebody. So I went on again. And 5 minutes later, I'm dreaming again, and I nearly... He presses 2 fingers against his eyes. I have such thoughts. I have such strange thoughts. Linda. Willy, dear. Talk to them again. There's no reason why you can't work in New York. Willy. They don't need me in New York. I'm the New England man. I'm vital in New England. Linda. But you're 60 years old. They can't expect you to keep traveling every week. Willy. I'll have to send a wire to Portland. I'm supposed to see Brown and Morrison tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to show the line. God damn it, I could sell them. He starts putting on his jacket. Linda, taking the jacket from him. Why don't you go down to the place tomorrow and tell Howard you've simply got to work in New York? You're too accommodating, dear. Willy. If old man Wagner was alive, I'd have been in charge of New York now. That man was a prince. He was a masterful man. But that boy of his, that Howard, he don't appreciate. When I went north the first time, the Wagner Company didn't know where New England was. Linda. Why don't you tell those things to Howard, dear? Willy. I will. I definitely will. Is there any cheese? Linda. I'll make you a sandwich. Willy. No, go to sleep. I'll take some milk. I'll be up right away. The boys in? Linda. They're sleeping. Happy took Biff on a date tonight. Willy. That's so. Linda. It was so nice to see them shaving together, one behind the other in the bathroom, and going out together. You notice? The whole house smells of shaving lotion. Willy. Figure it out. Work a lifetime to pay off a house. You finally own it, and there's nobody to live in it. Linda. Well, dear, life is a casting off. It's always that way. Willy. No. Some people accomplish something. Did Biff say anything after I went this morning? Linda. You shouldn't have criticized him, Willy, especially after he just got off the train. You mustn't lose your temper with him. Willy. When the hell did I lose my temper? I simply asked him if he was making any money. Is that a criticism? Linda. But dear, how could he make any money? Willy. There's such an undercurrent in him. He became a moody man. Did he apologize when I left this morning? Linda. He was crestfallen, Willy. You know how he admires you. I think if he finds himself, then you'll both be happier and not fight anymore. Willy. How can he find himself on a farm? Is that a life? A farmhand? In the beginning, when he was young, I thought, well, a young man. It's good for him to tramp around, take a lot of different jobs. But it's more than 10 years now, and he has yet to make $35 a week. Linda. He's finding himself, Willy. Willy. Not finding yourself at the age of 34 is a disgrace. Linda. Shh. Willy. The trouble is he's lazy, goddammit. Linda. Willy, please. Willy. Biff is a lazy bum. Linda. They're sleeping. Get something to eat. Go on down. Willy. Why did he come home? I would like to know what brought him home. Linda. I don't know. I think he's still lost, Willy. I think he's very lost. Willy. Biff Loman is lost? In the greatest country in the world, a young man with such personal attractiveness gets lost. And such a hard worker. There's one thing about Biff, he's not lazy. Linda. Never. Willy. I'll see him in the morning. I'll have a nice talk with him. I'll get him a job, selling. He could be big in no time. My God! Remember how they used to follow him around in high school? When he smiled at one of them, their faces lit up. When he walked down the street, he loses himself in reminiscences. Linda, trying to bring him out of it. Willy, dear, I got a new kind of American-type cheese today. It's whipped. Willy. Why do you get American when I like Swiss? Linda. I just thought you'd like a change. Willy. I don't want a change. I want Swiss cheese. Why am I always being contradicted? Linda. I thought it would be a surprise. Willy. Why don't you open a window in here, for God's sake? Linda. They're all open, dear. Willy. The way they boxed us in here. Bricks and windows, windows and bricks. Linda. We should have bought the land next door. Willy. The street is lined with cars. There's not a breath of fresh air in the neighborhood. The grass don't grow anymore. You can't raise a carrot in the backyard. They should have had a law against apartment houses. Remember those two beautiful elm trees out there? When I and Biff hung the swing between them? Linda. Yeah, like being 1,000,000 miles from the city. Willy. They should have arrested the builder for cutting those down. They massacred the neighborhood. More and more I think of those days, Linda. This time of year, it was lilac and wisteria. And then the peonies would come out, and the daffodils. What fragrance in this room. Linda. Well, after all, people had to move somewhere. Willy. No! There's more people now. Linda. I don't think there's more people. I think... Willy. There's more people. That's what's ruining this country. Population is getting out of control. The competition is maddening. Smell the stink from that apartment house. And another one on the other side. How can they whip cheese? On Willy's last line, Biff and Happy raised themselves up in their beds, listening. Linda. Go down. Try it. And be quiet. Willy. You're not worried about me. Are you, sweetheart? Biff. What's the matter? Happy. Listen. Linda. You've got too much on the ball to worry about. Willy. You're my foundation and my support, Linda. Linda. Just try to relax, dear. You make mountains out of molehills. Willy. I won't fight with him anymore. If he wants to go back to Texas, let him go. Linda. He'll find his way. Willy. Sure. Certain men just don't get started till later in life. Like Thomas Edison, I think, or B.F. Goodrich. One of them was deaf. He starts for the bedroom doorway. I'll put my money on Biff. Linda. And Willy, if it's warm Sunday, we'll drive in the country, and we'll open the windshield and take lunch. Willy. No, the windshields don't open on the new cars. Linda. But you opened it today. Willy. Me? I didn't. Now isn't that peculiar? Isn't that a remarkable... He breaks off, as the flute is heard distantly. Linda. What, darling? Willy. That is the most remarkable thing. Linda. What, dear? Willy. I was thinking of the Chevy. 1928. When I had that red Chevy. That funny? I could have sworn I was driving that Chevy today. Linda. Well, that's nothing. Something must have reminded you. Willy. Remarkable. Tsk. Remember those days? The way Biff used to simonize that car? The dealer refused to believe there was 80,000 miles on it. Heh. Close your eyes. I'll be right up. He walks out of the bedroom. Happy, to Biff. Jesus. Maybe he smashed up the car again. Linda, calling after Willy. Be careful on the stairs, dear. The cheese is on the middle shelf. She turns, goes over to the bed, takes his jacket, and goes out of the bedroom. Light has risen on the boys' room. Unseen, Willy is heard talking to himself. 80,000 miles. Ha! Biff gets out of bed, comes downstage a bit, and stands attentively. Biff is 2 years older than his brother, Happy. Well built, but in these days bears a worn air and seems less self-assured. He has succeeded less, and his dreams are stronger and less acceptable than Happy's. Happy is tall, powerfully made. Sexuality is like a visible color on him, or a scent that many women have discovered. He, like his brother, is lost, but in a different way, for he has never allowed himself to turn his face toward defeat, and is thus more confused and hard-skinned, although seemingly more content. Happy, getting out of bed. He's gonna get his license taken away if he keeps that up. I'm getting nervous about him, you know, Biff? Biff. His eyes are going. Happy. No, I've driven with him. He sees all right. He just doesn't keep his mind on it. I drove into the city with him last week. He stops at a green light, and then it turns red, and he goes. Biff. Maybe he's colorblind. Happy. Pop? Why, he's got the finest eye for color in the business. You know that. Biff, sitting down on his bed. I'm going to sleep. Happy. You're not still sour on Dad, are you, Biff? Biff. He's all right. I guess. Willy, underneath them in the living room. Yes, sir. 80,000 miles. 82,000. Biff. You smoking? Happy, holding out a pack of cigarettes. Want one? Biff, taking a cigarette. I can never sleep when I smell it. Willy. What a Simonizing job, hey? Happy. Funny, Biff, you know? Us sleeping in here again. The old beds. He pats his bed affectionately. All the talk that went across those two beds, huh? Our whole lives. Biff. Yeah. Lot of dreams. And plans. Happy. About 500 women would like to know what was said in this room. Biff. Remember that big Betsy something? What the hell was her name? Over on Bushwick Avenue. Happy, combing his hair. With the collie dog. Biff. That's the one. I got you in there, remember? Happy. Yeah. That was my first time. I think. Boy, there was a pig. You taught me everything I know about women. Don't forget that. Biff. I bet you forgot how bashful you used to be, especially with girls. Happy. Oh, I still am, Biff. Biff. Oh, go on. Happy. I just control it, that's all. I think I got less bashful, and you got more so. What happened, Biff? Where's the old humor? The old confidence? He shakes Biff's knee. Biff gets up and moves restlessly about the room. What's the matter? Biff. Why does Dad mock me all the time? Happy. He's not mocking you, Biff. Everything I say, there's a twist of mockery on his face. I can't get near him. Happy. He just wants you to make good, that's all. I wanted to talk to you about Dad for a long time, Biff. Something's happening to him. He talks to himself. Biff. I noticed that this morning. But he always mumbled. Happy. But not so noticeable. It got so embarrassing, I sent him to Florida. And you know something? Most of the time, he's talking to you. Biff. What's he say about me? Happy. I can't make it out. Biff. What's he say about me? Happy. I think the fact that you're not settled, that you're still kind of up in the air. Biff. There's one or two other things depressing him, Happy. Happy. What do you mean? Biff. Never mind. Just don't lay it all to me. Happy. But I think if you just got started, is there any future for you out there? Biff. I tell you, Hap, I don't know what the future is, I don't know what I'm supposed to want. Happy. What do you mean? Biff. Well, I spent 6 or 7 years after high school trying to work myself up. Shipping clerk, salesman, business of one kind or another, and it's a measly manner of existence. To get on that subway on the hot mornings in summer, to devote your whole life to keeping stock or making phone calls or selling or buying, to suffer 50 weeks of the year for the sake of a 2-week vacation, when all you really desire is to be outdoors with your shirt off. And always to have to get ahead of the next fella. And still, that's how you build a future. Happy. Well, you really enjoy it on a farm? Are you content out there? Biff. Hap, I've had 20 or 30 different kinds of jobs since I left home before the war, and it always turns out the same. I just realized it lately. In Nebraska, when I herded cattle, and the Dakotas, and Arizona, and now in Texas. It's why I came home now, I guess. Because I realized it. This farm I work on, it's spring there now, you see? And they've got about 15 new colts. There's nothing more inspiring or beautiful than the sight of a mare and a new colt. And it's cool there now, see? Texas is cool now. And it's spring. And whenever spring comes to where I am, I suddenly get the feeling, my God, I'm not getting anywhere. What the hell am I doing? Playing around with horses $28 a week. I'm 34 years old. I ought to be making my future. And that's when I come running home. And now, I get here, and I don't know what to do with myself. I've always made a point of not wasting my life. And every time I come back here, I know that all I've done is to waste my life. Happy. You're a poet, you know that, Biff? You're an idealist. Biff. No, I'm mixed up very bad. Maybe I ought to get married. Maybe I ought to get stuck into something. Maybe that's my trouble. I'm like a boy. I'm not married. I'm not in business. I'm like a boy. Are you content, Hap? You're a success, aren't you? Are you content? Happy. Hell no. Biff. Why? You're making money, aren't you? Happy, moving about with energy. All I can do now is wait for the merchandise manager to die. And suppose I get to be merchandise manager. He's a good friend of mine, and he just built a terrific estate on Long Island. And he lived there about 2 months and sold it. And now he's building another one. He can't enjoy it once it's finished. And I know that's just what I would do. I don't know what the hell I'm working for. Sometimes I sit in my apartment, all alone, and I think of the rent I'm paying, and it's crazy. But then, it's what I always wanted. My own apartment, a car, and plenty of women. And still, God damn it, I'm lonely. Biff. Listen. Why don't you come out west with me? Happy. You and I, hey? Biff. Sure. Maybe we could buy a ranch. Raise cattle. Use our muscles. Men built like we are should be working out in the open. Happy. The Loman brothers, hey? Biff. Sure. We'd be known all over the counties. Happy. That's what I dream about, Biff. Sometimes I want to just rip my clothes off in the middle of the store and outbox that goddamn merchandise manager. I mean, I can outbox, outrun, and outlift anybody in that store. And I have to take orders from those common petty sons of bitches till I can't stand it anymore. Biff: I'm telling you, kid, if you were with me, I'd be happy out there. Happy: see, Biff, everybody around me is so false that I'm constantly lowering my ideals. Biff: baby, together we'd stand up for one another. We'd have someone to trust. Happy: if I were around you, Biff. Hap, the trouble is, we weren't brought up to grub for money. I don't know how to do it. Happy: neither can I. Biff: then let's go. Happy: the only thing is, what can you make out there? Biff: but look at your friend, builds an estate, and then hasn't the peace of mind to live in it. Happy: yeah, but when he walks into the store, the waves part in front of him. That's $52,000 a year coming through the revolving door. And I got more in my pinky finger than he's got in his head. Biff: yeah, but you just said. Happy: I gotta show some of those pompous, self-important executives over there that Hap Loman can make the grade. I want to walk into the store the way he walks in. Then I'll go with you, Biff. We'll be together yet, I swear. But take those two we had tonight. Now, weren't they gorgeous creatures? Biff: yeah. Yeah. Most gorgeous I've had in years. Happy: I get that any time I want, Biff. Whenever I feel disgusted. The only trouble is, it gets like bowling or something. I just keep knocking them over, and it doesn't mean anything. You still run around a lot? Biff: nah. I'd like to find a girl steady. Somebody with substance. Happy: that's what I long for. Biff: go on. You'd never come home. Happy: I would. Somebody with character, with resistance, like Mom, you know? Huh. You're gonna call me a bastard when I tell you this. That girl Charlotte I was with tonight is engaged to be married in 5 weeks. He tries on his new hat. Biff: no kiddin'. Happy: sure. The guy's in line for the vice presidency of the store. I don't know what gets into me. Maybe I just have an overdeveloped sense of competition or something. But I went and ruined her. And furthermore, I can't get rid of her. And he's the 3rd executive I've done that to. Isn't that a crummy characteristic? And to top it all, I go to their weddings. Like, I'm not supposed to take bribes. Manufacturers offer me $100 bill now and then to throw an order their way. You know how honest I am. But it's like this girl, see? I hate myself for it, because I don't want the girl, and still, I take it, and I love it. Biff: let's go to sleep. Happy: I guess we didn't settle anything, hey? Biff: I just got one idea that I think I'm gonna try. Happy: what's that? Biff: remember Bill Oliver? Happy: sure. Oliver's very big now. You want to work for him again? Biff: no. But when I quit, he said something to me. He put his arm on my shoulder and he said, Biff, if you ever need anything, come to me. Happy: I remember that. That sounds good. Biff: I think I'll go to see him. If I could get 10,000, or even 7, or $8,000, I could buy a beautiful ranch. Happy. I bet he'd back you, 'cause he thought highly of you, Biff. I mean, they all do. You're well liked, Biff. That's why I say to come back here, and we both have the apartment. And I'm telling you, Biff, any babe you want. Biff, no. With a ranch, I could do the work I like and still be something. I just wonder, though. I wonder if Oliver still thinks I stole that carton of basketballs. Happy. Oh, he probably forgot that long ago. It's almost 10 years. You're too sensitive. Anyway, he didn't really fire you. Biff. Well, I think he was going to. I think that's why I quit. I was never sure whether he knew or not. I know he thought the world of me, though. I was the only one he'd let lock up the place. Willy, below. You're gonna wash the engine, Biff? Happy. Shh. Biff looks at Happy, who is gazing down, listening. Willy is mumbling in the parlor. Happy. You hear that? They listen. Willy laughs warmly. Biff. Doesn't he know Mum can hear that? Willy. Don't get your sweater dirty, Biff. A look of pain crosses Biff's face. Happy. Isn't that terrible? Don't leave again, will you? You'll find a job here. You gotta stick around. I don't know what to do about him. It's getting embarrassing. Willy. What a Simonizing job. Biff. Mum's hearing that. Willy. No kiddin', Biff. You got a date? Wonderful. Happy. Go on to sleep. But talk to him in the morning, will you? Biff, reluctantly getting into bed. With her in the house. Brother. Happy, getting into bed. I wish you'd have a good talk with him. The light on their room begins to fade. Biff, to himself in bed. That selfish, stupid. Happy. Shh. Sleep, Biff. Their light is out. Well before they have finished speaking, Willy's form is dimly seen below in the darkened kitchen. He opens the refrigerator, searches in there, and takes out a bottle of milk. The apartment houses are fading out, and the entire house and surroundings become covered with leaves. Music insinuates itself as the leaves appear. Willy. Just want to be careful with those girls, Biff, that's all. Don't make any promises. No promises of any kind. Because a girl, you know, they always believe what you tell them. And you're very young, Biff. You're too young to be talking seriously to girls. Light rises on the kitchen. Willy, talking, shuts the refrigerator door and comes downstage to the kitchen table. He pours milk into a glass. He is totally immersed in himself, smiling faintly. Willy. Too young entirely, Biff. You want to watch your schooling first. Then when you're all set, there'll be plenty of girls for a boy like you. He smiles broadly at a kitchen chair. That's so. The girls pay for you. Ha ha! Boy, you must really be making a hit. Willy is gradually addressing, physically, a point off stage, speaking through the wall of the kitchen, and his voice has been rising in volume to that of a normal conversation. Willy. I've been wondering why you polish the car so careful. Ha! Don't leave the hubcaps, boys. Get the chamois to the hubcaps. Happy. Use newspaper on the windows. It's the easiest thing. Show 'em how to do it, Biff. You see, Happy? Pad it up. Use it like a pad. That's it. That's it. Good work. You're doing all right, Hap. He pauses, then nods in approbation for a few seconds, then looks upward. Biff, first thing we gotta do when we get time is clip that big branch over the house. Afraid it's gonna fall in a storm and hit the roof. Tell you what, we get a rope and sling her around, and then we climb up there with a couple of saws and take her down. Soon as you finish the car, boys, I want to see you. I got a surprise for you boys. Biff, offstage. What do you got, Dad? Willy. No, you finish first. Never leave a job till you're finished. Remember that. Looking toward the big trees. Biff, up in Albany, I saw a beautiful hammock. I think I'll buy it next trip, and we'll hang it right between those two elms. Wouldn't that be something? Just swinging there, under those branches. Boy, that would be. Young Biff and young Happy appear from the direction Willy was addressing. Happy carries rags and a pail of water. Biff, wearing a sweater with a block S, carries a football. Biff, pointing in the direction of the car off stage. How's that, Pop? Professional? Willy. Terrific. Terrific job, boys. Good work, Biff. Happy. Where's the surprise, Pop? Willy. In the back seat of the car. Happy. Boy! He runs off. Biff. What is it, Dad? Tell me, what did you buy? Willy. Never mind. Something I want you to have. Biff turns and starts off. What is it, Hap? Happy, off stage. It's a punching bag. Biff. Oh, Pop! Willy. It's got Gene Tunney's signature on it. Happy runs on stage with a punching bag. Biff. Gee, how'd you know we wanted a punching bag? Willy. Well, it's the finest thing for the timing. Happy lies down on his back and pedals with his feet. I'm losing weight. You notice, Pop? Willy, to Happy. Jumping rope is good too. Biff. Did you see the new football I got? Willy, examining the ball. Where'd you get a new ball? Biff. The coach told me to practice my passing. Willy. That's so. And he gave you the ball, hey? Biff. Well, I borrowed it from the locker room. Willy. I want you to return that. Happy. I told you he wouldn't like it. Biff. Well, I'm bringing it back. Willy, stopping the incipient argument, to Happy. Sure, he's got to practice with a regulation ball, doesn't he? To Biff. Coach will probably congratulate you on your initiative. Biff. Oh, he keeps congratulating my initiative all the time, Pop. Willy. That's because he likes you. If somebody else took the ball, there'd be an uproar. So what's the report, boys? What's the report? Biff. Where'd you go this time, Dad? Gee, we were lonesome for you. Willy, pleased, puts an arm around each boy, and they come down to the apron. Lonesome, hey? Biff. Missed you every minute. Willy. Don't say. Tell you a secret, boys. Don't breathe it to a soul. Someday, I'll have my own business, and I'll never have to leave home any more. Happy. Like Uncle Charlie, hey? Willy. Bigger than Uncle Charlie, because Charlie is not liked. He's liked, but he's not well liked. Biff. Where'd you go this time, Dad? Willy. Well, I got on the road and I went north to Providence. Met the mayor. Biff. The mayor of Providence? Willy. He was sitting in the hotel lobby. Biff. What did he say? Willie. He said, "Morning," and I said, "You got a fine city here, Mayor." And then he had coffee with me. And then I went to Waterbury. Waterbury is a fine city, big clock city, the famous Waterbury clock. Sold a nice bill there. And then Boston. Boston is the cradle of the Revolution, a fine city. And a couple of other towns in Mass, and on to Portland, and Bangor, and straight home. Biff. Gee, I'd love to go with you sometime, Dad. Willie. Soon as summer comes. Happy. Promise? Willie. You and Hap and I, and I'll show you all the towns. America is full of beautiful towns and fine, upstanding people. And they know me, boys. They know me up and down New England, the finest people. And when I bring you fellas up, there'll be open sesame for all of us, 'cause one thing, boys, I have friends. I can park my car in any street in New England, and the cops protect it like their own. This summer, hey? Biff and Happy together. Yeah, you bet. Willie. We'll take our bathing suits. Happy. We'll carry your bags, Pop. Willie. Oh, won't that be something? Me coming into the Boston stores with you boys carrying my bags. What a sensation. Biff is prancing around, practicing passing the ball. Willie. You nervous, Biff? About the game? Biff. Not if you're going to be there. Willie. What do they say about you in school, now that they made you captain? Happy. There's a crowd of girls behind him every time the classes change. Biff, taking Willie's hand. This Saturday, Pop, this Saturday, just for you, I'm gonna break through for a touchdown. Happy. You're supposed to pass. Biff. I'm taking one play for Pop. You watch me, Pop. And when I take off my helmet, that means I'm breaking out. Then you watch me crash through that line. Willie kisses Biff. Oh, wait till I tell this in Boston. Bernard enters in knickers. He is younger than Biff, earnest and loyal, a worried boy. Bernard. Biff, where are you? You're supposed to study with me today. Willie. Hey, look-a, Bernard. What are you looking so anemic about, Bernard? Bernard. He's got to study, Uncle Willie. He's got Regents next week. Happy, tauntingly spinning Bernard around. Let's box, Bernard. Bernard. Biff. He gets away from Happy. Listen, Biff. I heard Mr. Birnbaum say that if you don't start studying math, he's going to flunk you, and you won't graduate. I heard him. Willie. You better study with him, Biff. Go ahead now. Bernard. I heard him. Biff. Oh, Pop, you didn't see my sneakers. He holds up a foot for Willie to look at. Willie. Hey, that's a beautiful job of printing. Bernard, wiping his glasses. Just because he printed University of Virginia on his sneakers doesn't mean they've got to graduate him, Uncle Willie. Willie. What are you talking about? With scholarships to 3 universities, they're gonna flunk him? Bernard. But I heard Mr. Birnbaum say. Willie. Don't be a pest, Bernard. To his boys. What an anemic. Bernard. Okay. I'm waiting for you in my house, Biff. Bernard goes off. The Lomans laugh. Willie. Bernard is not well liked, is he? Biff. He's liked, but he's not well liked. Happy. That's right, Pop. Willie. That's just what I mean. Bernard can get the best marks in school, you understand? But when he gets out in the business world, you understand? You are going to be 5 times ahead of him. That's why I thank Almighty God you're both built like Adonises. Because the man who makes an appearance in the business world, the man who creates personal interest, is the man who gets ahead. Be liked, and you will never want. You take me, for instance. I never have to wait in line to see a buyer. Willy Loman is here. That's all they have to know, and I go right through. Biff. Did you knock him dead, Pop? Willie. Knocked him cold in Providence. Slaughtered him in Boston. Happy, on his back, pedaling again. I'm losing weight. You notice, Pop? Linda enters, as of old, a ribbon in her hair, carrying a basket of washing. Linda. Hello, dear. Willie. Sweetheart. Linda. How'd the Chevy run? Willie. Chevrolet, Linda, is the greatest car ever built. To the boys. Since when do you let your mother carry wash up the stairs? Biff. Grab hold there, boy. Happy. Where to, Mom? Linda. Hang them up on the line. And you better go down to your friends, Biff. The cellar is full of boys. They don't know what to do with themselves. Biff. When Pop comes home, they can wait. Willie. You better go down and tell them what to do, Biff. Biff. I think I'll have them sweep out the furnace room. Willie. Good work, Biff. Biff goes through wall line of kitchen to doorway at back and calls down. Fellas! Everybody sweep out the furnace room. I'll be right down. Voices. All right. Okay, Biff. Biff. George and Sam and Frank, come out back. We're hanging up the wash. Come on, Hap, on the double. He and Happy carry out the basket. Linda. The way they obey him. Willie. Well, that's training. The training. I'm telling you, I was selling thousands and thousands, but I had to come home. Linda. Oh, the whole block'll be at that game. Did you sell anything? Willie. I did 500 gross in Providence and 700 gross in Boston. Linda. No. Wait a minute. I've got a pencil. She pulls pencil and paper out of her apron pocket. That makes your commission 200, my God! $212! Willie. Well, I didn't figure it yet, but... Linda. How much did you do? Willie. Well, I did about 180 gross in Providence. Well, no. It came to roughly 200 gross on the whole trip. Linda. 200 gross, that's... She figures. Willie. The trouble was that 3 of the stores were half closed for inventory in Boston. Otherwise, I could have broke records. Linda. Well, it makes $70 and some pennies. That's very good. Willie. What do we owe? Linda. Well, on the first, there's $16 on the refrigerator. Willie. Why 16? Linda. Well, the fan belt broke, so it was $1.80. Willie. But it's brand new. Linda. Well, the man said that's the way it is, till they work themselves in, you know? They move through the wall line into the kitchen. Willie. I hope we didn't get stuck on that machine. Linda. They got the biggest ads of any of them. Willie. I know. It's a fine machine. What else? Linda. Well, there's $9.60 for the washing machine. And for the vacuum cleaner, there's $3.50 due on the 15th. Then the roof. You got $21 remaining. Willie. It don't leak, does it? Linda. No, they did a wonderful job. Then you owe Frank for the carburetor. Willie, I'm not going to pay that man. That goddamn Chevrolet, they ought to prohibit the manufacture of that car. Linda, well, you owe him 3.5. And odds and ends comes to around $120 by the 15th. Willie, $120? My God! If business don't pick up, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Linda, well, next week you'll do better. Willie, oh, I'll knock 'em dead next week. I'll go to Hartford. I'm very well liked in Hartford. You know, the trouble is, Linda, people don't seem to take to me. They move onto the forestage. Linda, oh, don't be foolish. Willie, I know it when I walk in. They seem to laugh at me. Linda, why? Why would they laugh at you? Don't talk that way, Willie. Willie moves to the edge of the stage. Linda goes into the kitchen and starts to darn stockings. Willie, I don't know the reason for it, but they just pass me by. I'm not noticed. Linda, but you're doing wonderful, dear. You're making $70 to $100 a week. Willie, but I gotta be at it 10, 12 hours a day. Other men, I don't know. They do it easier. I don't know why. I can't stop myself. I talk too much. A man ought to come in with a few words. One thing about Charlie, he's a man of few words, and they respect him. Linda, you don't talk too much. You're just lively. Willie, well, I figure, what the hell? Life is short. A couple of jokes. I joke too much. Linda, why? You're... Willie, I'm fat. I'm very foolish to look at, Linda. I didn't tell you, but Christmas time, I happened to be calling on F.H. Stewart's, and a salesman I know. As I was going in to see the buyer, I heard him say something about walrus. And I cracked him right across the face. I won't take that. I simply will not take that. But they do laugh at me. I know that. Linda, darling. Willie, I gotta overcome it. I know I gotta overcome it. I'm not dressing to advantage, maybe. Linda, Willie, darling. You're the handsomest man in the world. Willie, oh no, Linda. Linda, to me you are the handsomest. From the darkness is heard the laughter of a woman. Willie doesn't turn to it, but it continues through Linda's lines. Linda, and the boys, Willie. Few men are idolized by their children the way you are. Music is heard as behind a scrim. To the left of the house, the woman, dimly seen, is dressing. Willie, you're the best there is, Linda. You're a pal, you know that? On the road, I want to grab you sometimes and just kiss the life out of you. The laughter is loud now, and he moves into a brightening area at the left, where the woman has come from behind the scrim and is standing, putting on her hat, looking into a mirror and laughing. Willie, 'cause I get so lonely, especially when business is bad and there's nobody to talk to. I get the feeling that I'll never sell anything again, that I won't make a living for you, or a business for the boys. He talks through the woman's subsiding laughter. The woman primps at the mirror. There's so much I want to make for. The woman, me? You didn't make me, Willie. I picked you. Willy. You picked me? The woman, who is quite proper-looking, Willy's age. I did. I've been sitting at that desk watching all the salesmen go by, day in, day out. But you've got such a sense of humor, and we do have such a good time together, don't we? Willy. Sure, sure. He takes her in his arms. Why do you have to go now? The woman. It's 2:00. Willy. No, come on in. He pulls her. The woman. My sisters will be scandalized. When will you be back? Willy. Oh, 2 weeks about. Will you come up again? The woman. Sure thing. You do make me laugh. It's good for me. She squeezes his arm, kisses him. And I think you're a wonderful man. Willy. You picked me, hey? The woman. Sure. Because you're so sweet. And such a kidder. Willy. Well, I'll see you next time I'm in Boston. The woman. I'll put you right through to the buyers. Willy, slapping her bottom. Right. Well, bottoms up. The woman slaps him gently and laughs. Ha! You just kill me, Willy. He suddenly grabs her and kisses her roughly. You kill me. And thanks for the stockings. I love a lot of stockings. Well, good night, Willy. Good night. And keep your pores open. The woman. Ha! Oh, Willy. The woman bursts out laughing, and Linda's laughter blends in. The woman disappears into the dark. Now, the area at the kitchen table brightens. Linda is sitting where she was at the kitchen table, but now is mending a pair of her silk stockings. Linda. You are, Willy. The handsomest man. You've got no reason to feel that. Willy, coming out of the woman's dimming area and going over to Linda. I'll make it all up to you, Linda. Linda. There's nothing to make up, dear. You're doing fine. Better than... Willy, noticing her mending. What's that? Linda. Just mending my stockings. They're so expensive. Willy, angrily taking them from her. I won't have you mending stockings in this house. Now throw them out. Linda puts the stockings in her pocket. Bernard, entering on the run. Where is he? If he doesn't study... Willy, moving to the forestage with great agitation. You'll give him the answers. Bernard. I do, but I can't on a regents. That's a state exam. They're liable to arrest me. Willy. Where is he? I'll whip him. I'll whip him. Linda. And he'd better give back that football, Willy. It's not nice. Willy. Biff! Where is he? Why is he taking everything? Linda. He's too rough with the girls, Willy. All the mothers are afraid of him. Willy. I'll whip him. Bernard. He's driving the car without a license. The woman's laugh is heard. Willy. Shut up! Linda. All the mothers. Willy. Shut up! Bernard, backing quietly away and out. Mr. Birnbaum says he's stuck up. Willy. Get out of here! Bernard. If he doesn't buckle down, he'll flunk math. He goes off. Linda. He's right, Willy. You've gotta... Willy, exploding at her. There's nothing the matter with him. You want him to be a worm like Bernard? He's got spirit, personality. As he speaks, Linda, almost in tears, exits into the living room. Willy is alone in the kitchen, wilting and staring. The leaves are gone. It is night again, and the apartment houses look down from behind. Willy. Loaded with it.
exploded. What is he stealing? He's giving it back, isn't he? Why is he stealing? What did I tell him? I never in my life told him anything but decent things. Happy, in pajamas, has come down the stairs. Willy suddenly becomes aware of Happy's presence. Happy, let's go now. Come on. Willy, sitting down at the kitchen table. Huh. Why did she have to wax the floors herself? Every time she waxes the floor, she keels over. She knows that. Happy, shh. Take it easy. What brought you back tonight? Willy, I got an awful scare. Nearly hit a kid in Yonkers. God, why didn't I go to Alaska with my brother Ben that time? Ben, that man was a genius. That man was success incarnate. What a mistake. He begged me to go. Happy. Well, there's no use in... Willy, you guys, there was a man started with the clothes on his back and ended up with diamond mines. Happy. Boy, someday I'd like to know how he did it. Willy, what's the mystery? The man knew what he wanted and went out and got it. Walked into a jungle and comes out the age of 21 and he's rich. The world is an oyster, but you don't crack it open on a mattress. Happy. Pop, I told you I'm gonna retire you for life. Willy, you'll retire me for life on $70 goddamn a week? And your women? And your car? And your apartment? And you'll retire me for life? Christ's sake, I couldn't get past Yonkers today. Where are you guys? Where are you? The woods are burning. I can't drive a car. Charlie has appeared in the doorway. He is a large man, slow of speech, laconic, immovable. In all he says, despite what he says, there is pity, and now trepidation. He has a robe over pajamas, slippers on his feet. He enters the kitchen. Charlie. Everything all right? Happy. Yeah, Charlie, everything's... Willy. What's the matter? Charlie. I heard some noise. I thought something happened. Can't we do something about the walls? You sneeze in here, and in my house, hats blow off. Happy. Let's go to bed, Dad. Come on. Charlie signals to Happy to go. Willy. You go ahead. I'm not tired at the moment. Happy. To Willy. Take it easy, huh? He exits. Willy. What are you doing up? Charlie, sitting down at the kitchen table opposite Willy. Couldn't sleep good. I had a heartburn. Willy. Well, you don't know how to eat. Charlie. I eat with my mouth. Willy. No, you're ignorant. You gotta know about vitamins and things like that. Charlie. Come on, let's shoot. Tire you out a little. Willy. All right. You got cards? Charlie, taking a deck from his pocket. Yeah, I got them. Someplace. What is it with those vitamins? Willy, dealing. They build up your bones. Chemistry. Charlie. Yeah, but there's no bones in a heartburn. Willy. What are you talking about? Do you know the first thing about it? Charlie. Don't get insulted. Willy. Don't talk about something you don't know anything about. They are playing. Charlie. What are you doing home? Willy. A little trouble with the car. Charlie. Oh, I'd like to take a trip to California. Willy. Don't say. Charlie. You want a job? Willy. I got a job. I told you that. What the hell are you offering me a job for? Charlie. don't get insulted. Willy, don't insult me. Charlie, I don't see no sense in it. You don't have to go on this way. Willy, I got a good job. What do you keep coming in here for? Charlie, you want me to go? Willy, I can't understand it. He's going back to Texas again. What the hell is that? Charlie, let him go. Willy, I got nothing to give him, Charlie. I'm clean. I'm clean. Charlie, he won't starve. None of them starve. Forget about him. Willy, then what have I got to remember? Charlie, you take it too hard. To hell with it. When a deposit bottle is broken, you don't get your nickel back. Willy, that's easy enough for you to say. Charlie, that ain't easy for me to say. Willy, did you see the ceiling I put up in the living room? Charlie, yeah, that's a piece of work. To put up a ceiling is a mystery to me. How do you do it? Willy, what's the difference? Charlie, well, talk about it. Willy, you gonna put up a ceiling? Charlie, how could I put up a ceiling? Willy, then what the hell are you bothering me for? Charlie, you're insulted again. Willy, a man who can't handle tools is not a man. You're disgusting. Charlie, don't call me disgusting, Willy. Uncle Ben, carrying a valise and an umbrella, enters the forestage from around the right corner of the house. He is a stolid man, in his 60s, with a mustache and an authoritative air. He is utterly certain of his destiny, and there is an aura of far places about him. He enters exactly as Willy speaks. Willy, I'm getting awfully tired, Ben. Ben's music is heard. Ben looks around at everything. Charlie, good. Keep playing. You'll sleep better. Did you call me Ben? Ben looks at his watch. Willy, that's funny. For a second there, you reminded me of my brother Ben. Ben, I only have a few minutes. He strolls, inspecting the place. Willy and Charlie continue playing. Charlie, you never heard from him again, hey? Since that time? Willy, didn't Linda tell you? Couple of weeks ago we got a letter from his wife in Africa. He died. Charlie, that's so. Ben, so this is Brooklyn, eh? Charlie, maybe you're in for some of his money. Willy, nah, he had 7 sons. There's just one opportunity I had with that man. Ben, I must make a train, William. There are several properties I'm looking at in Alaska. Willy, sure. If I'd have gone with him to Alaska that time, everything would have been totally different. Charlie, go on. You'd froze to death up there. Willy, what are you talking about? Ben, opportunity is tremendous in Alaska, William. Surprised you're not up there. Willy, sure, tremendous. Charlie, hey? Willy, there was the only man I ever met who knew the answers. Charlie, who? Ben, how are you all? Willy, taking a pot, smiling. Fine. Charlie, pretty sharp tonight. Ben, is Mother living with you? Willy, no, she died a long time ago. Charlie, who? Ben, that's too bad. Fine specimen of a lady, Mother. Willy, to Charlie. Hey? Ben, I'd hoped to see the old girl. Charlie, who died? Ben, heard anything from Father, have you? Willy, What do you mean, who died? Charlie, taking a pot. What are you talking about? Ben, looking at his watch. William, it's 8:30. Willie, as though to dispel his confusion, he angrily stops Charlie's hand. That's my build. Charlie, I put the ace. Willie, if you don't know how to play the game, I'm not going to throw my money away on you. Charlie, rising, it was my ace, for God's sake. Willie, I'm through. Ben, when did Mother die? Willie, long ago. Since the beginning, you never knew how to play cards. Charlie picks up the cards and goes to the door. All right. Next time I'll bring a deck with 5 aces. Willie, I don't play that kind of game. Charlie, turning to him. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Willie, yeah? Charlie, yeah. He goes out. Willie, slamming the door after him. Ignoramus. Ben, as Willie comes toward him through the wall line of the kitchen. So you're William. Willie, shaking Ben's hand. Ben, I've been waiting for you for so long. What's the answer? How did you do it? Ben, oh, there's a story in that. Linda enters the forestage, as of old, carrying the wash basket. Linda, is this Ben? Ben, how do you do, my dear? Linda, where have you been all these years? Willie's always wondered why you... Willie, pulling Ben away from her impatiently. Where is Dad? Didn't you follow him? How did you get started? Ben, well, I don't know how much you remember. Willie, well, I was just a baby, of course. Only 3 or 4 years old. Ben, 3 years and 11 months. Willie, what a memory, Ben. Ben, I have many enterprises, William, and I have never kept books. Willie, I remember I was sitting under the wagon in... Was it Nebraska? Ben, it was South Dakota, and I gave you a bunch of wildflowers. Willie, I remember you walking away down some open road. Ben, I was going to find Father in Alaska. Willie, where is he? Ben, at that age, I had a very faulty view of geography, William. I discovered after a few days that I was heading due south. So instead of Alaska, I ended up in Africa. Linda, Africa? Willie, the Gold Coast. Ben, principally diamond mines. Linda, diamond mines? Ben, yes, my dear, but I've only a few minutes. Willie, no! Boys! Boys! Young Biff and Happy appear. Listen to this. This is your Uncle Ben, a great man. Tell my boys, Ben. Ben, why, boys, when I was 17, I walked into the jungle, and when I was 21, I walked out. Ha! And by God, I was rich. Willie, to the boys, you see what I've been talking about? The greatest things can happen. Ben, glancing at his watch. I have an appointment in Ketchikan, Tuesday week. Willie, no, Ben! Please tell about Dad. I want my boys to hear. I want them to know the kind of stock they spring from. All I remember is a man with a big beard. And I was in Mama's lap, sitting around a fire, and some kind of high music. Ben, his flute. He played the flute. Willie, sure, the flute. That's right. New music is heard, a high, rollicking tune. Ben, Father was a very great man, and a very wild-hearted man. We would start in Boston, and he'd toss the whole family into the wagon, and then he'd drive the team right across the country, through Ohio and Indiana, Michigan, Illinois, and all the western states. And we'd stop in the towns and sell the flutes that he'd made on the way. Great inventor, father. With one gadget, he would make more in a week than a man like you could make in a lifetime. Willie. That's just the way I'm bringing them up, Ben. Rugged. Well-liked. All around. Ben. Yeah. To Biff. Hit that, boy. Hard as you can. He pounds his stomach. Biff. Oh no, sir. Ben, taking boxing stance. Come on. Get to me. Willie. Go to it, Biff. Go ahead. Show 'em. Biff. Okay. He cocks his fists and starts in. Linda to Willie. Why must he fight, dear? Ben, sparring with Biff. Good boy. Good boy. Willie. How's that, Ben? Eh? Happy. Give him the left, Biff. Linda. Why are you fighting? Ben. Good boy. Ben suddenly comes in, trips Biff, and stands over him, the point of his umbrella poised over Biff's eye. Linda. Look out, Biff! Biff. Gee. Ben, patting Biff's knee. Never fight fair with a stranger, boy. You'll never get out of the jungle that way. Taking Linda's hand and bowing. It was an honor and a pleasure to meet you, Linda. Linda, withdrawing her hand coldly, frightened. Have a nice trip. Ben, to Willie. And good luck with your... What do you do? Willie. Selling. Ben. Yes. Well. He raises his hand in farewell to all. Willie. No, Ben! I don't want you to think... He takes Ben's arm to show him. It's Brooklyn, I know. But we hunt, too. Ben. Really now? Willie. Oh, sure. There's snakes and rabbits and... That's why I moved out here. Why, Biff can fell any one of those trees in no time. Boys! Go right over to where they're building the apartment house and get some sand. We're gonna rebuild the entire front stoop right now. Watch this, Ben. Biff. Yes, sir. On the double, Hap. Happy as he and Biff run off. I lost weight, Pop. You notice? Charlie enters in knickers, even before the boys are gone. Charlie. Listen, if they steal any more from that building, the watchman will put the cops on them. Linda, to Willie. Don't let Biff... Ben laughs lustily. Willie. You should have seen the lumber they brought home last week. At least a dozen 6x10s worth all kinds of money. Charlie. Listen, if that watchman... Willie. I gave them hell, understand. But I got a couple of fearless characters there. Charlie. Willie, the jails are full of fearless characters. Ben, clapping Willie on the back with a laugh at Charlie. Ha ha, and the stock exchange, friend. Willie, joining in Ben's laughter. Ha ha, where are the rest of your pants? Charlie. My wife bought them. Willie. Now all you need is a golf club, and you can go upstairs and go to sleep. To Ben. Great athlete. Between him and his son Bernard, they can't hammer a nail. Bernard rushing in. The watchman's chasing Biff. Willie. Shut up! He's not stealing anything. Linda, alarmed, hurrying off left. Where is he? Biff, dear! She exits. Willie, moving toward the left, away from Ben. There's nothing wrong. What's the matter with you? Ben. Nervy boy. Good. Willie. Ha, oh, nerves of iron, that Biff. Charlie. Don't know what it is. My New England man comes back, and he's bleeding. They murdered him up there. Willie. It's contacts, Charlie. I got important contacts. Charlie. Glad to hear it, Willie. Come in later. We'll shoot a little casino. I'll take some of your Portland money." He laughs at Willy and exits. Willy, turning to Ben. "Business is bad. It's murderous. But not for me, of course." Ben. "I'll stop by on my way back to Africa." Willy. "Can't you stay a few days? You're just what I need, Ben, because I have a fine position here. But well, Dad left when I was such a baby, and I never had a chance to talk to him, and I still feel kind of temporary about myself." Ben. "I'll be late for my train." They are at opposite ends of the stage. Willy. "Ben, my boys, can't we talk? They'd go into the jaws of hell for me, see? But Ben. "William, you're being first-rate with your boys. Outstanding, manly chaps." Willy. "Oh, Ben, that's good to hear. Because sometimes I'm afraid that I'm not teaching them the right kind of... Ben, how should I teach them?" Ben. "William, when I walked into the jungle, I was 17. When I walked out, I was 21. And by God, I was rich." He goes off into darkness around the right corner of the house. Willy. "Was rich. That's just the spirit I want to imbue them with. To walk into a jungle. I was right. I was right. I was right." Ben is gone, but Willy is still speaking to him as Linda, in nightgown and robe, enters the kitchen, glances around for Willy, then goes to the door of the house, looks out, and sees him. Comes down to his left. He looks at her. Linda. "Willy, dear? Willy?" Willy. "I was right." Linda. "Did you have some cheese?" He can't answer. "It's very late, darling. Come to bed, hey?" Willy, looking straight up. "Gotta break your neck to see a star in this yard." Linda. "You coming in?" Willy. "Whatever happened to that diamond watch fob? Remember? When Ben came from Africa that time, didn't he give me a watch fob with a diamond in it?" Linda. "You pawned it, dear, 12, 13 years ago, for Biff's radio correspondence course." Willy. "Gee, that was a beautiful thing. I'll take a walk." Linda. "But you're in your slippers." Willy, starting to go around the house at the left. "I was right. I was." Half to Linda as he goes, shaking his head. "What a man. There was a man worth talking to. I was right." Linda, calling after Willy. "But in your slippers, Willy?" Willy is almost gone when Biff, in his pajamas, comes down the stairs and enters the kitchen. Biff. "What is he doing out there?" Linda. "Shh." Biff. "God almighty, Mom, how long has he been doing this?" Linda. "Don't, he'll hear you." Biff. "What the hell is the matter with him?" Linda. "It'll pass by morning." Biff. "Shouldn't we do anything?" Linda. "Oh, my dear, you should do a lot of things, but there's nothing to do, so go to sleep." Happy comes down the stairs and sits on the steps. Happy. "I never heard him so loud, Mom." Linda. "Well, come around more often. You'll hear him." She sits down at the table and mends the lining of Willy's jacket. Biff. "Why didn't you ever write me about this, Mom?" Linda. "How would I write to you? For over 3 months you had no address." Biff. "I was on the move. But you know I thought of you all the time. You know that, don't you, pal? Linda. I know, dear, I know. But he likes to have a letter, just to know that there's still a possibility for better things. Biff. He's not like this all the time, is he? Linda. It's when you come home he's always the worst. Biff. When I come home? Linda. When you write you're coming, he's all smiles and talks about the future and he's just wonderful. And then the closer you seem to come, the more shaky he gets. And then by the time you get here, he's arguing and he seems angry at you. I think it's just that maybe he can't bring himself to open up to you. Why are you so hateful to each other? Why is that? Biff. I'm not hateful, Mom. Linda. But you no sooner come in the door than you're fighting. Biff. I don't know why. I mean to change. I'm trying, Mom. You understand? Linda. Are you home to stay now? Biff. I don't know. I want to look around. See what's doing. Linda. Biff. You can't look around all your life, can you? Biff. I just can't take hold, Mom. I can't take hold of some kind of a life. Linda. Biff. A man is not a bird, to come and go with the springtime. Biff. Your hair. He touches her hair. Your hair got so gray. Linda. Oh, it's been gray since you were in high school. I just stopped dyeing it, that's all. Biff. Dye it again, will you? I don't want my pal looking old. He smiles. Linda. You're such a boy. You think you can go away for a year and... You've got to get it into your head now that one day you'll knock on this door and there'll be strange people here. Biff. What are you talking about? You're not even 60, Mom. Linda. But what about your father? Biff. Well, I meant him too. Happy. He admires Pop. Linda. Biff, dear, if you don't have any feeling for him, then you can't have any feeling for me. Biff. Sure I can, Mom. Linda. No. You can't come just to see me, because I love him. He's the dearest man in the world to me, and I won't have anyone making him feel unwanted and low and blue. You've got to make up your mind now, darling. There's no leeway anymore. Either he's your father and you pay him that respect, or else you're not to come here. I know he's not easy to get along with. Nobody knows that better than me, but... Willy, from the left. Hey, hey, Biffo! Biff, starting to go out after Willy. What the hell is the matter with him? Happy stops him. Linda. Don't go near him. Biff. Stop making excuses for him. He always wiped the floor with you. Never had an ounce of respect for you. Happy. He's always had respect for... Biff. What the hell do you know about it? Happy. Just don't call him crazy. Biff. He's got no character. Charlie wouldn't do this. Not in his own house, spewing out that vomit from his mind. Happy. Charlie never had to cope with what he's got to. Biff. People are worse off than Willy Loman. Believe me, I've seen them. Linda. Then make Charlie your father, Biff. You can't do that, can you? I don't say he's a great man. Willy Loman never made a lot of money. His name was never in the paper. He's not the finest character that ever lived. But he's a human being, and a terrible thing is happening to him, so attention must be paid. He's not to be allowed to fall into his grave like an old dog. Attention! Attention must be finally paid to such a person. You called him crazy, Biff. I didn't mean... Linda. No! A lot of people think he's lost his... balance. But you don't have to be very smart to know what his trouble is. The man is exhausted. Happy. Sure! Linda. A small man can be just as exhausted as a great man. He works for a company 36 years this March, opens up unheard of territories to their trademark, and now, in his old age, they take his salary away. Happy. I didn't know that, Mom. Linda. You never asked, my dear. Now that you get your spending money someplace else, you don't trouble your mind with him. Happy. But I gave you money last... Linda. Christmas time. $50. To fix the hot water, it cost $97.50. For 5 weeks he's been on straight commission, like a beginner, an unknown. Biff. Those ungrateful bastards. Linda. Are they any worse than his sons? When he brought them business, when he was young, they were glad to see him. But now his old friends, the old buyers that loved him so and always found some order to hand him in a pinch, they're all dead, retired. He used to be able to make 6-7 calls a day in Boston. Now he takes his valises out of the car and puts them back and takes them out again, and he's exhausted. Instead of walking, he talks now. He drives 700 miles, and when he's got there, no one knows him anymore. No one welcomes him. And what goes through a man's mind, driving 700 miles home without having earned a cent? Why shouldn't he talk to himself? Why, when he has to go to Charlie to borrow $50 a week and pretend to me that it's his pay, how long can that go on? How long? You see what I'm sitting here and waiting for? And you tell me he has no character? The man never worked a day but for your benefit. When does he get the medal for that? Is this his reward? To turn around at the age of 63 and find his sons, who he loved better than his life, one a philandering bum. Happy. Mom! Linda. That's all you are, my baby. To Biff. And you! What happened to the love you had for him? You were such pals. How you used to talk to him on the phone every night. How lonely he was till he could come home to you. Biff. All right, Mom. I'll live here in my room, and I'll get a job. I'll keep away from him, that's all. Linda. No, Biff. You can't stay here and fight all the time. Biff. He threw me out of this house, remember that. Linda. Why did he do that? I never knew why. Biff. Because I know he's a fake, and he doesn't like anybody around who knows. Linda. Why a fake? In what way? What do you mean? Biff. Just don't lay it all at my feet. It's between me and him. That's all I have to say. I'll chip in from now on. He'll settle for half my paycheck. He'll be all right. I'm going to bed. He starts for the stairs. Linda. He won't be all right. Biff, turning on the stairs. I hate this city, and I'll stay here. Now what do you want? Linda. He's dying, Biff. Happy turns quickly to her, shocked. Biff, after a pause. Why is he dying? Linda. He's been trying to kill himself. Biff. How? Linda. I live from day to day. Biff. What are you talking about? Linda. Remember I wrote you that he smashed up the car again? In February? Biff. Well? Linda. The insurance inspector came. He said that they have evidence that all these accidents in the last year weren't accidents. Happy. How can they tell that? That's a lie. Linda. It seems there's a woman. She takes a breath as Biff begins. What woman? Linda, simultaneously with Biff. And this woman. Linda. What? Biff. Nothing. Go ahead. Linda. What did you say? Biff. Nothing. I just said, what woman? Happy. What about her? Linda. Well, it seems she was walking down the road and saw his car. She says that he wasn't driving fast at all, and that he didn't skid. She says he came to that little bridge, and then deliberately smashed into the railing, and it was only the shallowness of the water that saved him. Biff. Oh no, he probably just fell asleep again. Linda. I don't think he fell asleep. Biff. Why not? Linda. Last month? Oh, boys. It's so hard to say a thing like this. He's just a big, stupid man to you, but I tell you, there's more good in him than in many other people. She chokes, wipes her eyes. I was looking for a fuse. The lights blew out, and I went down the cellar. And behind the fuse box, it happened to fall out, was a length of rubber pipe, just short. Happy. No kidding. Linda. There's a little attachment on the end of it. I knew right away. And sure enough, on the bottom of the water heater, there's a new little nipple on the gas pipe. Happy. That jerk! Biff. Did you have it taken off? Linda. I'm ashamed to. How can I mention it to him? Every day I go down and take away that little rubber pipe. But when he comes home, I put it back where it was. How can I insult him that way? I don't know what to do. I live from day to day, boys. I tell you, I know every thought in his mind. It sounds so old-fashioned and silly, but I tell you, he put his whole life into you, and you've turned your backs on him. She is bent over in the chair, weeping, her face in her hands. Biff, I swear to God. Biff, his life is in your hands. Happy to Biff. How do you like that, damned fool? Biff, kissing her. All right, pal. All right. It's all settled now. I've been remiss, I know that, Mom. But now I'll stay, and I swear to you, I'll apply myself. Kneeling in front of her, in a fever of self-reproach. It's just, you see, Mom, I don't fit in business. Not that I won't try. I'll try. And I'll make good. Happy. Sure you will. The trouble with you in business was you never tried to please people. Biff. I know. Happy. Like when you worked for Harrison's. Bob Harrison said you were tops. And then you go and do some damn fool thing like whistling whole songs in the elevator like a comedian. Biff. So what? I like to whistle sometimes. Happy. You don't raise a guy to a responsible job who whistles in the elevator. Linda. Well, don't argue about it now. Happy. Like when you'd go off and swim in the middle of the day instead of taking the line around. Biff. Well, don't you run off? You take off sometimes, don't you? On a nice summer day? Happy. Yeah, but I cover myself. Linda. Boys! Happy. If I'm going to take a fade, the boss can call any number where I'm supposed to be, and they'll swear to him that I just left. I'll tell you something that I hate to say, Biff. But in the business world, some of them think you're crazy. Biff. Screw the business world. Happy. All right, screw it. Great, but cover yourself. Linda. Hap! Biff. I don't care what they think. They've laughed at Dad for years, and you know why? Because we don't belong in this nut house of a city. We should be mixing cement on some open plain or carpenters. A carpenter is allowed to whistle.
Willy walks in from the entrance of the house at left. Willy.
Even your grandfather was better than a carpenter.
Pause. They watch him.
You never grew up. Bernard does not whistle in the elevator, I assure you.
Biff.
Yeah, but you do, Pop.
Willy.
I never in my life whistled in an elevator. And who in the business world thinks I'm crazy?
Biff.
I didn't mean it like that, Pop. Now don't make a whole thing out of it, will you?
Willy.
Go back to the West. Be a carpenter, a cowboy, enjoy yourself.
Linda.
Willy, he was just saying.
Willy.
I heard what he said.
Happy, trying to quiet Willy.
Hey, Pop, come on now.
Willy, continuing over Happy's line.
They laugh at me, hey? Go to Fellini's. Go to the Hub. Go to Slattery's, Boston. Call out the name Willy Loman and see what happens. Big shot.
Biff. All right, Pop. Willy.
Big.
Biff. All right. Willy.
Why do you always insult me?
Biff.
I didn't say a word.
To Linda.
Did I say a word?
Linda.
He didn't say anything, Willy.
Willy, going to the doorway of the living room.
All right. Good night. Good night.
Linda.
Willy, dear, he just decided.
Willy to Biff.
If you get tired hanging around tomorrow, paint the ceiling I put up in the living room.
Biff.
I'm leaving early tomorrow.
Happy.
He's going to see Bill Oliver, Pop.
Willy.
Oliver? For what?
Biff.
He always said he'd stake me. I'd like to go into business, so maybe I can take him up on it.
Linda.
Isn't that wonderful?
Willy.
Don't interrupt. What's wonderful about it? There's 50 men in the city of New York who'd stake him.
To Biff.
Sporting goods.
Biff.
I guess so. I know something about it, and...
Willy.
He knows something about it? You know sporting goods better than Spaulding, for God's sake. How much has he given you?
Biff.
I don't know. I didn't even see him yet, but...
Willy.
Then what are you talking about?
Biff.
Well, all I said was I'm going to see him, that's all.
Willy, turning away.
Ah, you're counting your chickens again.
Biff, starting left for the stairs.
Oh, Jesus. I'm going to sleep.
Willy, calling after him.
Don't curse in this house.
Biff, turning.
Since when did you get so clean?
Happy, trying to stop them.
Wait a...
Willy.
Don't use that language to me. I won't have it.
Happy, grabbing Biff, shouts.
Wait a minute. I got an idea. I got a feasible idea. Come here, Biff. Let's talk this over now. Let's talk some sense here. When I was down in Florida last time, I thought of a great idea to sell sporting goods. It just came back to me. You and I, Biff. We have a line. The Loman line. We train a couple of weeks and put on a couple of exhibitions, see?
Willy.
That's an idea.
Happy.
Wait! We form 2 basketball teams, see? 2 water polo teams. We play each other. It's $1 million worth of publicity. 2 brothers, see? The Loman brothers. Displays in the Royal Palms, all the hotels, and banners over the ring and the basketball court. Loman brothers. Baby, we could sell sporting goods.
Willy.
That is a $1 million idea.
Linda.
Marvelous.
Biff.
I'm in great shape as far as that's concerned.
Happy.
And the beauty of it is, Biff, it wouldn't be like a business. We'd be out playing ball again. Biff. Yeah, that's... Willy. $1 million. Happy. And you wouldn't get fed up with it, Biff. It'd be the family again. There'd be the old honor and comradeship. And if you wanted to go off for a swim or something, well, you'd do it, without some smart cookie getting up ahead of you. Willy. Lick the world. You guys together could absolutely lick the civilized world. Biff. I'll see Oliver tomorrow. Hap, if we could work that out? Linda. Maybe things are beginning to... Willy, wildly enthused, to Linda. Stop interrupting! To Biff. But don't wear sport jacket and slacks when you see Oliver. Biff. No, I'll... Willy. A business suit. And talk as little as possible. And don't crack any jokes. Biff. He did like me. Always liked me. Linda. He loved you. Willy, to Linda. Will you stop? To Biff. Walk in very serious. You are not applying for a boy's job. Money is to pass. Be quiet, fine, and serious. Everybody likes a kidder, but nobody lends him money. Happy. I'll try to get some myself, Biff. I'm sure I can. Willy. I see great things for you kids. I think your troubles are over. But remember, start big and you'll end big. Ask for 15. How much you gonna ask for? Biff. Gee, I don't know. Willy. And don't say gee. Gee is a boy's word. A man walking in for $15,000 does not say gee. Biff. 10, I think, would be top, though. Willy. Don't be so modest. You always started too low. Walk in with a big laugh. Don't look worried. Start off with a couple of your good stories to lighten things up. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. Because personality always wins the day. Linda. Oliver always thought the highest of him. Willy. Will you let me talk? Biff. Don't yell at her, Pop, will you? Willy. I was talking, wasn't I? Biff. I don't like you yelling at her all the time. And I'm telling you, that's all. Willy. What are you, taking over this house? Linda. Willy. Willy, turning on her. Don't take his side all the time, goddammit. Biff. Stop yelling at her. Willy, suddenly pulling on his cheek, beaten down, guilt-ridden. Give my best to Bill Oliver. He may remember me. He exits through the living room doorway. Linda. What did you have to start that for? Biff turns away. You see how sweet he was as soon as you talked hopefully? She goes over to Biff. Come up and say good night to him. Don't let him go to bed that way. Happy. Come on, Biff. Let's buck him up. Linda. Please, dear. Just say good night. It takes so little to make him happy. Come. She goes through the living room doorway, calling upstairs from within the living room. Your pajamas are hanging in the bathroom, Willy. Happy, looking toward where Linda went out. What a woman. They broke the mold when they made her. You know that, Biff? Biff. He's off salary. My God, working on commission. Happy. Well, let's face it. He's no hotshot selling man. Except that sometimes, you have to admit, he's a sweet personality. Biff. Lend me $10, will you? I want to buy some new ties. Happy. I'll take you to a place I know. Beautiful stuff. Wear one of my striped shirts tomorrow. Biff. She got gray. Mom got awful old. Gee. I'm gonna go into Oliver tomorrow and knock him for a... Happy. Come on up. Tell that to Dad. Let's give 'em a whirl. Come on. Biff. You know, with $10,000. Boy. Happy as they go into the living room. That's the talk, Biff. That's the first time I've heard the old confidence out of you. From within the living room, fading off. You're gonna live with me, kid, and any babe you want. Just say the word. The last lines are hardly heard. They are mounting the stairs to their parents' bedroom. Linda, entering her bedroom and addressing Willy, who is in the bathroom. She is straightening the bed for him. Can you do anything about the shower? It drips. Willy, from the bathroom. All of a sudden, everything falls to pieces. Goddamn plumbing, ought to be sued, those people. I hardly finished putting it in and the thing... His words rumble off. Linda. I'm just wondering if Oliver will remember him. You think he might? Willy, coming out of the bathroom in his pajamas. Remember him? What's the matter with you? You crazy? If he'd have stayed with Oliver, he'd be on top by now. Wait till Oliver gets a look at him. You don't know the average caliber anymore. The average young man today, he is getting into bed, is got a caliber of 0. Greatest thing in the world for him was to bum around. Biff and Happy enter the bedroom. Slight pause. Willy stops short, looking at Biff. Glad to hear it, boy. Happy. He wanted to say good night to you, sport. Willy, to Biff. Yeah. Knock 'em dead, boy. What do you want to tell me? Biff. Just take it easy, Pop. Good night. He turns to go. Willy, unable to resist. And if anything falls off the desk while you're talking to him, like a package or something, don't you pick it up. They have office boys for that. Linda. I'll make a big breakfast. Willy. Will you let me finish? To Biff. Tell him you were in the business in the West, not farm work. Biff. All right, Dad. Linda. I think everything. Willy, going right through her speech. And don't undersell yourself. No less than $15,000. Biff, unable to bear him. Okay. Good night, Mom. He starts moving. Willy. Because you got a greatness in you, Biff. Remember that. You got all kinds of greatness. He lies back, exhausted. Biff walks out. Linda, calling after Biff. Sleep well, darling. Happy. I'm gonna get married, Mom. I wanted to tell you. Linda. Go to sleep, dear. Happy, going. I just wanted to tell you. Willy. Keep up the good work. Happy exits. God. Remember that Ebbets Field game? The championship of the city? Linda. Just rest. Should I sing to you? Willy. Yeah. Sing to me. Linda hums a soft lullaby. When that team came out, he was the tallest, remember? Linda. Oh, yes. And in gold. Biff enters the darkened kitchen, takes a cigarette, and leaves the house. He comes downstage into a golden pool of light. He smokes, staring at the night. Willy. Like a young god. Hercules, something like that. And the sun all around him. Remember how he waved to me? Right up from the field, with the representatives of 3 colleges standing by. And the buyers I brought, and the cheers when he came out. Loman, Loman, Loman. God almighty, he'll be great yet. A star like that, magnificent, can never really fade away. The light on Willy is fading. The gas heater begins to glow through the kitchen wall, near the stairs, a blue flame beneath red coils. Linda. Willy, dear. What has he got against you? Willy. I'm so tired. Don't talk anymore. Biff slowly returns to the kitchen. He stops, stares towards the heater. Linda. Will you ask Howard to let you work in New York? Willy. First thing in the morning. Everything'll be all right. Biff reaches behind the heater and draws out a length of rubber tubing. He is horrified and turns his head toward Willy's room, still dimly lit, from which the strains of Linda's desperate but monotonous humming rise. Willy, staring through the window into the moonlight. Gee, look at the moon moving between the buildings. Biff wraps the tubing around his hand and quickly goes up the stairs. Curtain. Act 2. Music is heard, gay and bright. The curtain rises as the music fades away. Willy, in shirt sleeves, is sitting at the kitchen table, sipping coffee, his hat in his lap. Linda is filling his cup when she can. Willy. Wonderful coffee. Meal in itself. Linda. Can I make you some eggs? Willy. No, take a breath. Linda. You look so rested, dear. Willy. I slept like a dead one. First time in months. Imagine, sleep until 10 on a Tuesday morning. Huh. Boys left nice and early, hey? Linda. They were out of here by 8 o'clock. Willy. Good work. Linda. It was so thrilling to see them leaving together. I can't get over the shaving lotion in this house. Willy, smiling. Linda. Biff was very changed this morning. His whole attitude seemed to be hopeful. He couldn't wait to get downtown to see Oliver. Willy. He's heading for a change, there's no question. There simply are certain men that take longer to get solidified. How did he dress? Linda. His blue suit. He's so handsome in that suit. He could be anything in that suit. Willy gets up from the table. Linda holds his jacket for him. Willy. There's no question. No question at all. Gee, on the way home tonight, I'd like to buy some seeds. Linda. That'd be wonderful. But not enough sun gets back there. Nothing will grow anymore. Willy. You wait, kid. Before it's all over, we're gonna get a little place out in the country, and I'll raise some vegetables. A couple of chickens. Linda. You'll do it yet, dear. Willy walks out of his jacket. Linda follows him. Willy. And they'll get married and come for a weekend. I'd build a little guest house. 'Cause I got so many fine tools. All I'd need would be a little lumber and some peace of mind. Linda. I sewed the lining. Willy. I could build 2 guest houses, so they'd both come. Did he decide how much he's going to ask Oliver for? Linda, getting him into the jacket. He didn't mention it, but I imagine 10 or 15,000. You gonna talk to Howard today? Willy. Yeah. I'll put it to him straight and simple. He'll just have to take me off the road. Linda. And Willy, don't forget to ask for a little advance, because we've got the insurance premium. It's the grace period now. Willy. That's 100... Linda. 108.68. Because we're a little short again. Willy. Why are we short? Linda. Well, you had the motor job on the car. Willy. That goddamn Studebaker. Linda. And you got one more payment on the refrigerator. Willy. But it just broke again. Linda. Well, it's old, dear. Willy. I told you we should have bought a well-advertised machine. Charlie bought a General Electric, and it's 20 years old, and it's still good, that son of a bitch. Linda. But Willy. Willy. Who ever heard of a Hastings refrigerator? Once in my life, I would like to own something outright before it's broken. I'm always in a race with the junkyard. I just finished paying for the car, and it's on its last legs. The refrigerator consumes belts like a goddamn maniac. They time those things. They time them. So when you finally paid for them, they're used up. Linda, buttoning up his jacket as he unbuttons it. All told, about $200 would carry us, dear. But that includes the last payment on the mortgage. After this payment, Willy, the house belongs to us. Willy. It's 25 years. Linda. Biff was 9 years old when we bought it. Willy. Well, that's a great thing. To weather a 25-year mortgage is... Linda. It's an accomplishment. Willy. All the cement, the lumber, the reconstruction I put in this house. There ain't a crack to be found in it anymore. Linda. Well, it served its purpose. Willy. What purpose? Some stranger will come along, move in, and that's that. If only Biff would take this house and raise a family. He starts to go. Goodbye, I'm late. Linda, suddenly remembering. Oh, I forgot. You're supposed to meet them for dinner. Willy. Me? Linda. At Frank's Chop House on 48th near 6th Avenue. Willy. Is that so? How about you? Linda. No, just the three of you. They're gonna blow you to a big meal. Willy. Don't say. Who thought of that? Linda. Biff came to me this morning, Willy, and he said, Tell Dad, we want to blow him to a big meal. Be there, 6 o'clock. You and your two boys are gonna have dinner. Willy. Gee whiz, that's really something. I'm gonna knock Howard for a loop, kid. I'll get an advance, and I'll come home with a New York job. God damn it, now I'm gonna do it. Linda. Oh, that's the spirit, Willy. Willy. I will never get behind a wheel the rest of my life. Linda. It's changing, Willy. I can feel it changing. Willy. Beyond a question. Goodbye, I'm late. He starts to go again. Linda calling after him as she runs to the kitchen table for a handkerchief. You got your glasses? Willy feels for them, then comes back in. Yeah, got my glasses. Linda giving him the handkerchief. And a handkerchief. Willy. Yeah, handkerchief. Linda. And your saccharin? Willy. Yeah, my saccharin. Linda. Be careful on the subway stairs. She kisses him, and a silk stocking is seen hanging from her hand. Willy notices it. Willy. Will you stop mending stockings? At least while I'm in the house. It gets me nervous. I can't tell you. Please? Linda hides the stocking in her hand as she follows Willy across the forestage in front of the house. Linda. Remember, Frank's Chop House. Willy, passing the apron. Maybe beets would grow out there. Linda. But you tried so many times. Willy. Yeah. Well, don't work hard today. He disappears around the right corner of the house. Linda. Be careful. As Willy vanishes, Linda waves to him. Suddenly, the phone rings. She runs across the stage and into the kitchen and lifts it. Linda. Hello? Oh, Biff! I'm so glad you called. Yeah, sure, I just told him. Yes, he'll be there for dinner at 6 o'clock, I didn't forget. Listen, I was just dying to tell you. You know that little rubber pipe I told you about? That he connected to the gas heater. I finally decided to go down the cellar this morning and take it away and destroy it. But it's gone. Imagine! He took it away himself. It isn't there. When? Oh, then you took it. Oh, nothing. It's just that I'd hoped he'd taken it away himself. Oh, I'm not worried, darling. Because this morning, he left in such high spirits. It was like the old days. I'm not afraid any more. Did Mr. Oliver see you? Well, you wait there then, and make a nice impression on him, darling. Just don't perspire too much before you see him. And have a nice time with Dad. He may have big news, too. That's right. A New York job. And be sweet to him tonight, dear. Be loving to him. Because he's only a little boat looking for a harbor. Oh, that's wonderful, Biff. You'll save his life. Thanks, darling. Just put your arm around him when he comes into the restaurant. Give him a smile. That's the boy. Goodbye, dear. You got your comb. That's fine. Goodbye, Biff, dear. In the middle of her speech, Howard Wagner, 36, wheels on a small typewriter table, on which is a wire recording machine, and proceeds to plug it in. This is on the left forestage. Light slowly fades on Linda as it rises on Howard. Howard is intent on threading the machine, and only glances over his shoulder as Willy appears. Willy. Psst. Psst. Howard. Hello, Willy. Come in. Willy. Like to have a little talk with you, Howard. Howard. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll be with you in a minute. Willy. What's that, Howard? Howard. Didn't you ever see one of these? Wire recorder. Willy. Oh. Can we talk a minute? Howard. Records things. Just got delivery yesterday. Been driving me crazy. The most terrific machine I ever saw in my life. I was up all night with it. Willy. What do you do with it? Howard. I bought it for dictation, but you can do anything with it. Listen to this. I had it home last night. Listen to what I picked up. The first one is my daughter. Get this. He flicks the switch, and Roll Out the Barrel is heard being whistled. Listen to that kid whistle. Willy. Well, that is lifelike, isn't it? Howard. 7 years old. Get that tone. Willy. Tch, tch. Like to ask a little favor if you... The whistling breaks off, and the voice of Howard's daughter is heard. His daughter. Now you, Daddy. Howard. She's crazy for me. Again, the same song is whistled. That's me. Huh. He winks. Willy. You're very good. The whistling breaks off again. The machine runs silent for a moment. Howard. Shh, get this now. This is my son. His son. The capital of Alabama is Montgomery. The capital of Arizona is Phoenix. The capital of Arkansas is Little Rock. The capital of California is Sacramento. And on and on. Howard, holding up 5 fingers. 5 years old, Willy. Willy. He'll make an announcer someday. His son, continuing. The capital... Howard. Get that. Alphabetical order. The machine breaks off suddenly. Wait a minute. The maid kicked the plug out. Willy. It certainly is a... Howard. Shh, for God's sake. His son. It's 9 o'clock. Bulova watch time. So I have to go to sleep. Willy. That really is... Howard. Wait a minute. The next is my wife. They wait. Howard's voice. Go on. Say something. A pause. Well, you gonna talk? His wife. I can't think of anything. Howard's voice. Well, talk. It's turning. His wife. Hello. Oh, Howard, I can't talk into this. Howard, snapping the machine off. That was my wife. Willy. That is a wonderful machine. Can we... Howard. I tell you, Willy, I'm going to take my camera and my bandsaw and all my hobbies and out they go. This is the most fascinating relaxation I ever found. Willy. I think I'll get one myself. Howard. Sure. They're only $150. You can't do without it. Supposing you want to hear Jack Benny, see? But you can't be home at that hour. So, you tell the maid to turn the radio on when Jack Benny comes on, and this automatically goes on with the radio. Willy. And when you come home, you... Howard. You can come home 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, anytime you like, and you get yourself a Coke, and sit yourself down, throw the switch, and there's Jack Benny's program, in the middle of the night. Willy. I'm definitely gonna get one, because lots of time I'm on the road, and I think to myself, what I must be missing on the radio. Howard. Don't you have a radio in the car? Willy. Well, yeah, but whoever thinks of turning it on? Howard. Say, aren't you supposed to be in Boston? Willy. That's what I want to talk to you about, Howard. You got a minute? He draws a chair in from the wing. Howard. What happened? What are you doing here? Willy. Well... Howard. You didn't crack up again, did you? Willy. Oh, no. No. Howard. Geez, you had me worried there for a minute. What's the trouble? Willy. Well, tell you the truth, Howard. I've come to the decision that I'd rather not travel anymore. Howard. Not travel? Well, what'll you do? Willy. Remember Christmas time, when you had the party here? You said you'd try to think of some spot for me in town. Howard. With us? Willy. Well, sure. Howard. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I remember. Well, I couldn't think of anything for you, Willy. Willy. I tell you, Howard, the kids are all grown up, you know. I don't need much anymore. If I could take home, well, $65 a week, I could swing it. Howard. Yeah, but Willy, see, Willy. I tell you why, Howard. Speaking frankly, and between the two of us, you know, I'm just a little tired. Howard. Oh, I could understand that, Willy. But you're a road man, Willy. And we do a road business. We've only got half a dozen salesmen on the floor here. Willy. God knows, Howard, I never asked a favor of any man. I was with the firm when your father used to carry you in here in his arms. Howard. I know that, Willy, but... Willy. Your father came to me the day you were born and asked me what I thought of the name of Howard, may he rest in peace. Howard. I appreciate that, Willy, but there just is no spot here for you. If I had a spot, I'd slam you right in, but I just don't have a single solitary spot. He looks for his lighter. Willy has picked it up and gives it to him. Pause. Willy. Howard, all I need to set my table is $50 a week. Howard. But where am I gonna put you, kid? Willy. Look, it isn't a question of whether I can sell merchandise, is it? Howard. No, but it's a business, kid, and everybody's gotta pull his own weight. Willy. Just let me tell you a story, Howard. Howard. 'Cause you gotta admit, business is business. Willy. Business is definitely business, but just listen for a minute. You don't understand this.
when I was a boy, 18, 19, I was already on the road, and there was a question in my mind as to whether selling had a future for me, because in those days I had a yearning to go to Alaska. See, there were 3 gold strikes in 1 month in Alaska, and I felt like going out. Just for the ride, you might say.
Howard. Don't say.
Willy. Oh, yeah. My father lived many years in Alaska. He was an adventurous man. We've got quite a little streak of self-reliance in our family. I thought I'd go out with my older brother and try to locate him, and maybe settle in the north with the old man. And I was almost decided to go when I met a salesman in the Parker house. His name was Dave Singleman, and he was 84 years old, and he'd drummed merchandise in 31 states. And old Dave, he'd go up to his room, you understand, put on his green velvet slippers, I'll never forget, and pick up his phone and call the buyers. And without ever leaving his room, at the age of 84, he made his living. And when I saw that, I realized that selling was the greatest career a man could want. 'Cause what could be more satisfying than to be able to go, at the age of 84, into 20 or 30 different cities and pick up a phone and be remembered and loved and helped by so many different people? You know, when he died, and by the way, he died the death of a salesman, in his green velvet slippers, in the smoker of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford, going into Boston. When he died, hundreds of salesmen and buyers were at his funeral. Things were sad on a lot of trains for months after that.
He stands up. Howard has not looked at him.
In those days, there was personality in it, Howard. There was respect and comradeship and gratitude in it. Today it's all cut and dried, and there's no chance for bringing friendship to bear, or personality. You see what I mean? They don't know me anymore.
Howard, moving away to the right. That's just the thing, Willy. Willy.
If I had $40 a week, that's all I'd need. $40, Howard.
Howard. Kid, I can't take blood from a stone. Willy.
Howard, the year Al Smith was nominated, your father came to me and...
Howard, starting to go off. I've got to see some people, kid. Willy, stopping him.
I'm talking about your father. There were promises made across this desk. You mustn't tell me you've got people to see. I put 34 years into this firm, Howard, and now I can't pay my insurance. You can't eat the orange and throw the peel away. A man is not a piece of fruit. Now pay attention. Your father. In 1928, I had a big year. I averaged $170 a week in commissions.
Howard. Now, Willy, you never averaged. Willy, banging his hand on the desk.
I averaged $170 a week in the year of 1928. And your father came to me. Or rather, I was in the office here. It was right over this desk. And he put his hand on my shoulder.
Howard, getting up. You'll have to excuse me, Willy. I gotta see some people. Pull yourself together. Going out. I'll be back in a little while. On Howard's exit, the light on his chair grows very bright and strange. Willy.
Pull myself together? Oh, what the hell did I say to him? My God. I was yelling at him. How could I?
Willy breaks off, staring at the light which occupies the chair, animating it. He approaches this chair, standing across the desk from it.
Frank, don't you remember what you told me that time? How you put your hand on my shoulder, and Frank.
He leans on the desk, and as he speaks the dead man's name, he accidentally switches on the recorder, and instantly, Howard's son. Of New York is Albany. The capital of Ohio is Cincinnati. The capital of Rhode Island is... The recitation continues. Willie, leaping away with fright, shouting,
Ha! Howard! Howard! Howard!
Howard, rushing in. What happened? Willie, pointing at the machine, which continues nasally, childishly, with the capital cities.
Shut it off! Shut it off!
Howard, pulling the plug out.
Look, Willie.
Willie, pressing his hands to his eyes.
I gotta get myself some coffee. I'll get some coffee.
Willie starts to walk out. Howard stops him. Howard, rolling up the cord.
Willie, look.
Willie.
I'll go to Boston.
Howard. Willie. You can't go to Boston for us. Willie.
Why can't I go?
Howard. I don't want you to represent us. I've been meaning to tell you for a long time now. Willie.
Howard. Are you firing me?
Howard. I think you need a good, long rest, Willie. Willie.
Howard.
Howard. And when you feel better, come back, and we'll see if we can work something out. Willie.
But I gotta earn money, Howard. I'm in no position to...
Howard. Where are your sons? Why don't your sons give you a hand? Willie.
They're working on a very big deal.
Howard. This is no time for false pride, Willie. You go to your sons and you tell them that you're tired. You've got 2 great boys, haven't you? Willie.
Oh, no question, no question. But in the meantime...
Howard. Then that's that, hey? Willie.
All right, I'll go to Boston tomorrow.
Howard. No. No. Willie.
I can't throw myself on my sons. I'm not a cripple.
Howard. Look, kid, I'm busy this morning. Willie, grasping Howard's arm.
Howard, you've got to let me go to Boston.
Howard. I've got a line of people to see this morning. Sit down, take 5 minutes, and pull yourself together, and then go home, will you? I need the office, Willie. He starts to go, turns, remembering the recorder, starts to push off the table, holding the recorder. Oh yeah. Whenever you can this week. Stop by and drop off the samples. You'll feel better, Willie, and then come back, and we'll talk. Pull yourself together, kid. There's people outside. Howard exits, pushing the table off left. Willie stares into space, exhausted. Now the music is heard, Ben's music. First distantly, then closer, closer. As Willie speaks, Ben enters from the right. He carries valise and umbrella. Willie.
Oh, Ben. How did you do it? What is the answer? Did you wind up the Alaska deal already?
Ben. Doesn't take much time if you know what you're doing. Just a short business trip. Boarding ship in an hour. Wanted to say goodbye. Willie.
Ben, I've got to talk to you.
Ben, glancing at his watch. Haven't the time, William. Willie, crossing the apron to Ben.
Ben, nothing's working out. I don't know what to do.
Ben. Now. Look here, William. I've bought timberland in Alaska, and I need a man to look after things for me. Willie.
God, timberland. Me and my boys in those grand outdoors.
Ben. You've got a new continent at your doorstep, William. Get out of these cities. They're full of talk and time payments and courts of law. Screw on your fists and you can fight for a fortune up there. Willy.
Yeah, yeah. Linda! Linda!
Linda enters as of old, with the wash. Linda. Oh, you're back. Ben. I haven't much time. Willy.
No, wait! Linda, he's got a proposition for me in Alaska.
Linda. But you've got. To Ben. He's got a beautiful job here. Willy.
But in Alaska, kid, I could.
Linda. You're doing well enough, Willy. Ben. To Linda. Enough for what, my dear? Linda, frightened of Ben and angry at him. Don't say those things to him. Enough to be happy right here, right now. To Willy, while Ben laughs. Why must everybody conquer the world? You're well liked, and the boys love you, and someday... To Ben. Why, old man Wagner told him just the other day that if he keeps it up, he'll be a member of the firm, didn't he, Willy? Willy.
Sure. I am building something with this firm, Ben. And if a man is building something, he must be on the right track, mustn't he?
Ben. What are you building? Lay your hand on it. Where is it? Willy.
That's true, Linda. There's nothing.
Linda. Why? To Ben. There's a man, 84 years old. Willy.
That's right, Ben. That's right. When I look at that man, I say, what is there to worry about?
Ben. Bah. Willy.
It's true, Ben. All he has to do is go into any city, pick up the phone, and he's making his living, and you know why?
Ben, picking up his valise. I've got to go. Willy, holding Ben back.
Look at this boy.
Biff, in his high school sweater, enters carrying suitcase. Happy carries Biff's shoulder guards, gold helmet, and football pants. Willy.
Without a penny to his name, 3 great universities are begging for him, and from there, the sky's the limit, because it's not what you do, Ben. It's who you know, and the smile on your face. It's contacts, Ben, contacts. The whole wealth of Alaska passes over the lunch table at the Commodore Hotel, and that's the wonder of this country, that a man can end with diamonds here on the basis of being liked.
He turns to Biff.
And that's why, when you get out on that field today, it's important, because thousands of people will be rooting for you and loving you.
To Ben, who has again begun to leave.
And Ben, when he walks into a business office, his name will sound out like a bell, and all the doors will open to him. I've seen it, Ben. I've seen it 1,000 times. You can't feel it with your hand like timber, but it's there.
Ben. Goodbye, William. Willy.
Ben, am I right? Don't you think I'm right? I value your advice.
Ben. There's a new continent at your doorstep, William. You could walk out rich. Rich! He is gone. Willy.
We'll do it here, Ben. You hear me? We're gonna do it here.
Young Bernard rushes in. The gay music of the boys is heard. Bernard. Oh, gee, I was afraid you left already. Willy.
Why? What time is it?
Bernard. It's 1:30. Willy.
Well, come on, everybody. Ebbets Field, next stop. Where's the pennants?
He rushes through the wall line of the kitchen and out into the living room. Linda to Biff. Did you pack fresh underwear? Biff, who has been limbering up.
I want to go.
Bernard. Biff, I'm carrying your helmet, ain't I? Happy. No, I'm carrying the helmet. Bernard.
Oh, Biff, you promised me. Happy. I'm carrying the helmet. Bernard. How am I going to get in the locker room? Linda. Let him carry the shoulder guards. She puts her coat and hat on in the kitchen. Bernard. Can I, Biff? 'Cause I told everybody I'm going to be in the locker room. Happy. In Ebbets Field, it's the clubhouse. Bernard. I meant the clubhouse. Biff. Happy. Biff. Biff, after a slight pause. Let him carry the shoulder guards. Happy, as he gives Bernard the shoulder guards. Stay close to us now. Willy rushes in with the pennants. Willy, as he hands them out. Everybody wave when Biff comes out on the field. Happy and Bernard run off. You set now, boy? The music has died away. Biff. Ready to go, Pop. Every muscle is ready. Willy, at the edge of the apron. You realize what this means? Biff. That's right, Pop. Willy, feeling Biff's muscles. You're coming home this afternoon, captain of the All-Scholastic Championship team of the city of New York. Biff. I got it, Pop. And remember, pal, when I take off my helmet, that touchdown is for you. Willy. Let's go. He is starting out with his arm around Biff when Charlie enters, as of old, in knickers. I got no room for you, Charlie. Charlie. Room? For what? Willy. In the car. Charlie. You going for a ride? I wanted to shoot some casino. Willy. Casino? Don't you realize what today is? Linda. Oh, he knows, Willy. He's just kidding you. Willy. That's nothing to kid about. Charlie. No, Linda, what's going on? Linda. He's playing in Ebbets Field. Charlie. Baseball in this weather? Willy. Don't talk to him. Come on, come on. He is pushing them out. Charlie. Wait a minute. Didn't you hear the news? Willy. What? Charlie. Don't you listen to the radio? Ebbets Field just blew up. Willy. You go to hell. Charlie laughs, pushing them out. Come on, we're late. Charlie, as they go. Knock a homer, Biff, knock a homer. Willy, the last to leave, turning to Charlie. I don't think that was funny, Charlie. This is the greatest day of his life. Charlie. Willy, when are you going to grow up? Willy. Yeah, hey. When this game is over, Charlie, you'll be laughing out the other side of your face. They'll be calling him another Red Grange, $25,000 a year. Charlie. Is that so? Willy. Yeah, that's so. Charlie. Well then, I'm sorry, Willy. But tell me something. Willy. What? Charlie. Who is Red Grange? Willy. Put up your hands. God damn you, put up your hands. Charlie, chuckling, shakes his head and walks away around the left corner of the stage. Willy follows him. The music rises to a mocking frenzy. Willy. Who the hell do you think you are? Better than everybody else? You don't know everything, you big, ignorant, stupid. Put up your hands. Light rises on the right side of the forestage, on a small table in the reception room of Charlie's office. Traffic sounds are heard. Bernard, now mature, sits whistling to himself. A pair of tennis rackets and an overnight bag are on the floor beside him. Willy, off stage. What are you walking away for? Don't walk away. If you're going to say something, say it to my face. I know you'll laugh at me behind my back. You'll laugh out the other side of your goddamn face after this game. Touchdown! Touchdown! 80,000 people. Touchdown! Right between the goalposts. Bernard is a quiet, earnest, but self-assured young man. Willy's voice is coming from right upstage now.
Bernard lowers his feet off the table and listens. Jenny, his father's secretary, enters. Jenny. Say, Bernard, will you go out in the hall? Bernard. What is that noise? Who is it? Jenny. Mr. Loman. He just got off the elevator. Bernard, getting up. Who's he arguing with? Jenny. Nobody. There's nobody with him. I can't deal with them anymore. And your father gets all upset every time he comes. I've got a lot of typing to do, and your father's waiting to sign it. Will you see him? Willy, entering. Touchdown! Touch! He sees Jenny. Jenny! Jenny, good to see you. How are you? Working? Or still honest? Jenny. Fine. How have you been feeling? Willy. Not much anymore, Jenny. Ha ha! He is surprised to see the rackets. Bernard. Hello, Uncle Willy. Willy. Bernard! Well, look who's here. He comes quickly, guiltily, to Bernard and warmly shakes his hand. Bernard. How are you? Good to see you. Willy. What are you doing here? Bernard. Oh, just stopped by to see Pop. Get off my feet till my train leaves. I'm going to Washington in a few minutes. Willy. Is he in? Bernard. Yes. He's in his office with the accountant. Sit down. Willy, sitting down. What are you going to do in Washington? Bernard. Oh, just a case I've got there, Willy. Willy. That's so? Indicating the rackets. You're going to play tennis there? Bernard. I'm staying with a friend who's got a court. Willy. Don't say. His own tennis court. Must be fine people, I bet. Bernard. They are. Very nice. Dad tells me Biff's in town. Willy, with a big smile. Yeah, Biff's in. Working on a very big deal, Bernard. Bernard. What's Biff doing? Willy. Well, he's been doing very big things in the West, but he decided to establish himself here. Very big. We're having dinner. Did I hear your wife had a boy? Bernard. That's right. Our second. Willy. 2 boys. What do you know? Bernard. What kind of a deal has Biff got? Willy. Well, Bill Oliver, very big sporting goods man. He wants Biff very badly. Called him in from the West. Long distance, carte blanche, special deliveries. Your friends have their own private tennis court. Bernard. You still with the old firm, Willy? Willy, after a pause. I'm overjoyed to see how you made the grade, Bernard. Overjoyed. It's an encouraging thing to see a young man really looks very good for Biff. Very. Bernard. Bernard. What is it, Willy? Willy. What's the secret? Bernard. What secret? Willy. How did you... Why didn't he ever catch on? Bernard. I wouldn't know that, Willy. Willy. You were his friend. His boyhood friend. There's something I don't understand about it. His life ended after that Ebbets Field game. From the age of 17, nothing good ever happened to him. Bernard. He never trained himself for anything. Willy. But he did. He did. After high school, he took so many correspondence courses. Radio mechanics, television, God knows what. And never made the slightest mark. Bernard, taking off his glasses. Willy, do you want to talk candidly? Willy, rising, faces Bernard. I regard you as a very brilliant man, Bernard. I value your advice. Bernard. Oh, the hell with the advice, Willy. I couldn't advise you. There's just one thing I've always wanted to ask you. When he was supposed to graduate, and the math teacher flunked him.
Willy. Oh, that son of a bitch ruined his life.
Bernard. Yeah, but, Willy, all he had to do was go to summer school and make up that subject. Willy.
That's right. That's right.
Bernard. Did you tell him not to go to summer school? Willy.
Me? I begged him to go. I ordered him to go.
Bernard. Then why wouldn't he go? Willy.
Why? Why?
Bernard. That question has been trailing me like a ghost for the last 15 years. He flunked the subject and laid down and died like a hammer hit him. Bernard. Take it easy, kid. Willy.
Let me talk to you. I got nobody to talk to. Bernard, was it my fault? You see, it keeps going around in my head. Maybe I did something to him. I got nothing to give him.
Bernard. Don't take it so hard. Willy.
Why did he lay down? What is the story there? You were his friend.
Bernard. Willy. I remember it was June, and our grades came out, and he'd flunked math. Willy.
That son of a bitch!
Bernard. No, it wasn't right then. Biff just got very angry, I remember, and he was ready to enroll in summer school. Willy.
He was?
Bernard. He wasn't beaten by it at all. But then, Willy, he disappeared from the block for almost a month. And I got the idea that he'd gone up to New England to see you. Did he have a talk with you then? Willy stares in silence. Bernard. Willy. Willy.
Yeah. He came to Boston. What about it?
Bernard. Well, just that when he came back, I'll never forget this. It always mystifies me. Because I'd thought so well of Biff, even though he'd always taken advantage of me. I loved him, Willy, you know? And he came back after that month and took his sneakers. Remember those sneakers with University of Virginia printed on them? He was so proud of those, wore them every day. And he took them down in the cellar and burned them up in the furnace. We had a fist fight. It lasted at least half an hour. Just the two of us, punching each other down cellar and crying right through it. I've often thought of how strange it was that I knew he'd given up his life. What happened in Boston, Willy? Willy looks at him as at an intruder. Bernard. I just bring it up because you asked me. Willy.
Nothing. What do you mean, what happened? What's that got to do with anything?
Bernard. Well, don't get sore. Willy.
What are you trying to do, blame it on me? If a boy lays down, is that my fault?
Bernard. Now, Willy, don't get... Willy.
Well, don't. Don't talk to me that way. What does that mean, what happened?
Charlie enters. He is in his vest, and he carries a bottle of bourbon. Charlie. Hey, you're gonna miss that train. He waves the bottle. Bernard. Yeah, I'm going. He takes the bottle. Thanks, Pop. He picks up his rackets and bag. Goodbye, Willy. And don't worry about it. You know, if at first you don't succeed. Willy.
Yes, I believe in that.
Bernard. But sometimes, Willy, it's better for a man just to walk away. Willy.
Walk away?
Bernard. That's right. Willy.
But if you can't walk away...
Bernard. I guess that's when it's tough. Extending his hand. Goodbye, Willy. Willy, shaking Bernard's hand.
Goodbye, boy.
Charlie, an arm on Bernard's shoulder. How do you like this kid? Gonna argue a case in front of the Supreme Court. Bernard.
Pop.
Willy.
No. The Supreme Court.
Bernard. I gotta run. Bye, Dad. Charlie.
Knock 'em dead, Bernard.
Bernard goes off. Willy, as Charlie takes out his wallet.
The Supreme Court. And he didn't even mention it.
Charlie, counting out money on the desk. He don't have to. He's gonna do it. Willy.
And you never told him what to do, did you? You never took any interest in him.
Charlie. My salvation is that I never took any interest in anything. There's some money. $50. I got an accountant inside. Willy.
Charlie, look. I got my insurance to pay. If you can manage it, I need $110.
Charlie doesn't reply for a moment, merely stops moving. Willy.
I'd draw it from my bank, but Linda would know, and I...
Charlie. Sit down, Willy. Willy, moving toward the chair.
I'm keeping an account of everything, remember. I'll pay every penny back.
He sits. Charlie. Now listen to me, Willy. Willy.
I want you to know I appreciate.
Charlie, sitting down on the table.
Willy, what are you doing? What the hell is going on in your head?
Willy.
Why? I'm simply...
Charlie.
I offered you a job. You can make $50 a week, and I won't send you on the road.
Willy.
I've got a job.
Charlie.
Without pay? What kind of a job is a job without pay?
He rises.
Now look, kid, enough is enough. I'm no genius, but I know when I'm being insulted.
Willy.
Insulted?
Charlie.
Why don't you want to work for me?
Willy.
What's the matter with you? I've got a job.
Charlie.
Then what are you walking in here every week for?
Willy, getting up.
Well, if you don't want me to walk in here.
Charlie.
I am offering you a job.
Willy.
I don't want your goddamn job.
Charlie.
When the hell are you gonna grow up?
Willy.
You big ignoramus? If you say that to me again, I'll rap you one. I don't care how big you are.
He's ready to fight. Pause. Charlie, going to him. How much do you need, Willy? Willy.
Charlie, I'm strapped. I don't know what to do. I was just fired.
Charlie. Howard fired you? Willy.
That snot-nose. Imagine that. I named him Howard.
Charlie. Willy, when you gonna realize that them things don't mean anything? You named him Howard, but you can't sell that. The only thing you got in this world is what you can sell. And the funny thing is that you're a salesman, and you don't know that. Willy.
I've always tried to think otherwise, I guess. I always felt that if a man was impressive and well-liked, that nothing...
Charlie. Why must everybody like you? Who liked J.P. Morgan? Was he impressive? In a Turkish bath, he'd look like a butcher. But with his pockets on, he was very well-liked. Now listen, Willy. I know you don't like me, and nobody can say I'm in love with you, but I'll give you a job because... just for the hell of it, put it that way. Now what do you say? Willy. I just can't work for you, Charlie. Charlie. What are you, jealous of me? Willy.
I can't work for you. That's all. Don't ask me why.
Charlie, angered, takes out more bills.
You've been jealous of me all your life, you damn fool. Here, pay your insurance.
He puts the money in Willy's hand. Willy.
I'm keeping strict accounts.
Charlie. I've got some work to do. Take care of yourself. And pay your insurance. Willy, moving to the right.
Funny, you know. After all the highways, and the trains, and the appointments, and the years, you end up worth more dead than alive.
Charlie.
Willy, nobody's worth nothing dead. Did you hear what I said?
Willy stands still, dreaming. Charlie.
Willy!
Willy.
Apologize to Bernard for me when you see him. I didn't mean to argue with him. He's a fine boy. They're all fine boys. And they'll end up big, all of them. Someday, they'll all play tennis together. Wish me luck, Charlie. He saw Bill Oliver today.
Charlie. Good luck. Willy.
Charlie, you're the only friend I got. Isn't that a remarkable thing?
He goes out. Charlie.
Jesus.
Charlie stares after him a moment and follows. All light blacks out. Suddenly, raucous music is heard, and a red glow rises behind the screen at right. Stanley, a young waiter, appears, carrying a table, followed by Happy, who is carrying 2 chairs. Stanley, putting the table down. That's all right, Mr. Loman. I can handle it myself. He turns and takes the chairs from Happy and places them at the table. Happy, glancing around. Oh, this is better. Stanley. Sure, in the front there, you're in the middle of all kinds of noise. Whenever you got a party, Mr. Loman, you just tell me, and I'll put you back here. You know, there's a lot of people, they don't like it private. Because when they go out, they like to see a lot of action around them, because they're sick and tired to stay in the house by theirself. But I know you. You ain't from Hackensack, you know what I mean? Happy, sitting down. So how's it comin', Stanley? Stanley. It's a dog's life. I only wish during the war they'd 'a' took me in the army. I could have been dead by now. Happy. My brother's back, Stanley. Stanley. Oh, he come back, hey? From the far west? Happy. Yeah, big cattle man, my brother. So treat him right. And my father's comin' too. Stanley. Oh, your father too? Happy. You got a couple of nice lobsters? Stanley. 100%. Big. Happy. I want them with the claws. Stanley. Don't worry. I don't give you no mice. Happy laughs. How about some wine? It'll put a head on the meal. Happy. No. You remember, Stanley, that recipe I brought you from overseas? With the champagne in it? Stanley. Oh yeah, sure. I still got it tacked up yet in the kitchen. But that'll have to cost $1 a piece anyways. Happy. That's all right. Stanley. What did you hit a number or something? Happy. No. It's a little celebration. My brother is... I think he pulled off a big deal today. I think we're going into business together. Stanley. Great. That's the best for you. Because a family business, you know what I mean? That's the best. Happy. That's what I think. Stanley. 'Cause what's the difference? Somebody steals? It's in the family. Know what I mean? Like this bartender here. The boss is going crazy what kind of leak he's got in the cash register. You put it in, but it don't come out. Happy, raising his head. Shh. Stanley. What? Happy. You notice I wasn't looking right or left, was I? Stanley. No. Happy. And my eyes are closed. Stanley. So what's the... Happy. Strudel's coming. Stanley, catching on, looks around.
Ah, no, there's no.
He breaks off as a furred, lavishly dressed girl enters and sits at the next table. Both follow her with their eyes. Stanley.
Jeez, how'd you know?
Happy.
I got radar or something.
Staring directly at her profile.
Ooh, Stanley.
Stanley.
I think that's for you, Mr. Loman.
Happy.
Look at that mouth. Oh, God. And the binoculars.
Stanley.
Jeez, you got a life, Mr. Loman.
Happy. Wait on her. Stanley, going to the girl's table.
Would you like a menu, ma'am?
Girl. I'm expecting someone, but I'd like a... Happy.
Why don't you bring her...
Excuse me, miss, do you mind?
I sell champagne.
And I'd like you to try my brand. Bring her champagne, Stanley. Girl. That's awfully nice of you. Happy. Don't mention it. It's all company money. Girl. That's a charming product to be selling, isn't it? Happy. Oh, gets to be like everything else. Selling is selling, you know. Girl. I suppose. Happy. You don't happen to sell, do you? Girl. No, I don't sell. Happy. Would you object to a compliment from a stranger? You ought to be on a magazine cover. Girl, looking at him a little archly. I have been. Stanley comes in with a glass of champagne. Happy. What did I say before, Stanley? You see? She's a cover girl. Stanley. Oh, I could see. I could see. Happy. To the girl. What magazine? Girl. Oh, a lot of them. She takes the drink. Thank you. Happy. You know what they say in France, don't you? Champagne is the drink of the complexion. Hiya, Biff. Biff has entered and sits with Happy. Biff. Hello, kid. Sorry I'm late. Happy. I just got here. Miss... Girl. Forsyth. Happy. Miss Forsyth, this is my brother. Biff. Is Dad here? Happy. His name is Biff. You might have heard of him. Great football player. Girl. Really? What team? Happy. Are you familiar with football? Girl. No, I'm afraid I'm not. Happy. Biff is quarterback with the New York Giants. Girl. Well, that is nice, isn't it? She drinks. Happy. Good health. Girl. I'm happy to meet you. Happy. That's my name. Hap. It's really Harold, but at West Point they called me Happy. Girl, now really impressed. Oh, I see. How do you do? She turns her profile. Biff. Isn't Dad coming? Happy. You want her? Biff. Oh, I could never make that. Happy. I remember the time that idea would never come into your head. Where's the old confidence, Biff? Biff. I just saw all of her. Happy. Wait a minute. I've got to see that old confidence again. Do you want her? She's on call. Biff. Oh, no. He turns to look at the girl. Happy. I'm telling you. Watch this. Turning to the girl. Honey. She turns to him. Are you busy? Girl. Well, I am. But I could make a phone call. Happy. Do that, will you, honey? And see if you can get a friend. We'll be here for a while. Biff is one of the greatest football players in the country. Girl, standing up. Well, I'm certainly happy to meet you. Happy. Come back soon. Girl. I'll try. Happy. Don't try, honey. Try hard. The girl exits. Stanley follows, shaking his head in bewildered admiration. Happy. Isn't that a shame now? A beautiful girl like that. That's why I can't get married. There's not a good woman in 1,000. New York is loaded with them, kid. Biff. Hap. Look. Happy. I told you she was on call. Biff. Cut it out, will ya? I want to say something to you. Happy. Did you see Oliver? Biff. I saw him, all right. Now look. I want to tell Dad a couple of things, and I want you to help me. Happy. What? Is he going to back you? Biff. Are you crazy? You're out of your goddamn head, you know that? Happy. Why? What happened? Biff. I did a terrible thing today, Hap. It's been the strangest day I ever went through. I'm all numb, I swear. Happy. You mean he wouldn't see you? Biff. Well, I waited 6 hours for him, see? All day. Kept sending my name in. Even tried to date his secretary so she'd get me to him, but no soap. Happy. Because you're not showing the old confidence, Biff. He remembered you, didn't he? Biff, stopping Happy with a gesture. Finally, about 5 o'clock, he comes out. Didn't remember who I was or anything. I felt like such an idiot, Hap. Happy. Did you tell him my Florida idea? Biff. He walked away. I saw him for 1 minute. I got so mad, I could have torn the walls down. How the hell did I ever get the idea I was a salesman there? I even believed myself that I'd been a salesman for him. And then he gave me one look and I realized what a ridiculous lie my whole life has been. We've been talking in a dream for 15 years. I was a shipping clerk. Happy. What did you do? Biff. Well, he left, see? And the secretary went out. I was all alone in the waiting room. I don't know what came over me, Hap. The next thing I know, I'm in his office. Paneled walls, everything. I can't explain it. Hap. I took his fountain pen. Happy. Jeez. Did he catch you? Biff. I ran out. I ran down all 11 flights. I ran and ran and ran. Happy. That was an awful dumb... What did you do that for? Biff. I don't know. I just wanted to take something. I don't know. You gotta help me, Hap. I'm gonna tell Pop. Happy. You crazy? What for? Biff. Hap. He's got to understand that I'm not the man somebody lends that kind of money to. He thinks I've been spiting him all these years, and it's eating him up. Happy. That's just it. You tell him something nice. Biff. I can't. Happy. Say you got a lunch date with Oliver tomorrow. Biff. So what do I do tomorrow? Happy. You leave the house tomorrow and come back at night and say Oliver is thinking it over. And he thinks it over for a couple of weeks, and gradually it fades away and nobody's the worse. Biff. But it'll go on forever. Happy. Dad is never so happy as when he's looking forward to something. Willy enters. Happy. Hello, Scout. Willy. Gee, I haven't been here in years. Stanley has followed Willy in and sets a chair for him. Stanley starts off, but Happy stops him. Happy. Stanley! Stanley stands by, waiting for an order. Biff, going to Willy. Sit down, Pop. You want a drink? Willy.
Sure, I don't mind.
Biff. Let's get a load on. Willy.
You look worried.
Biff.
No.
To Stanley. Scotch all around. Make it doubles. Stanley. Doubles, right. He goes. Willy.
You had a couple already, didn't you?
Biff. Just a couple, yeah. Willy.
Well, what happened, boy?
Nodding affirmatively, with a smile.
Everything go all right?
Biff takes a breath, then reaches out and grasps Willy's hand. Pal, I had an experience today. Happy. Terrific, Pop. Willy.
That's so. What happened?
Biff. I'm going to tell you everything from first to last. It's been a strange day. Silence. He looks around, composes himself as best he can, but his breath keeps breaking the rhythm of his voice. I had to wait quite a while for him and, Willy.
Oliver?
Biff. Yeah, Oliver. All day, as a matter of cold fact. And a lot of instances. Facts, Pop. Facts about my life came back to me. Who was it, Pop? Whoever said I was a salesman with Oliver? Willy.
Well, you were.
Biff. No, Dad. I was a shipping clerk. Willy.
But you were practically.
Biff, with determination. Dad, I don't know who said it first, but I was never a salesman for Bill Oliver. Willy.
What are you talking about?
Biff. Let's hold on to the facts tonight, Pop. We're not going to get anywhere bulling around. I was a shipping clerk. Willy.
All right, now listen to me.
Biff. Why don't you let me finish? Willy.
I'm not interested in stories about the past, or any crap of that kind, because the woods are burning, boys, you understand? There's a big blaze going on all around. I was fired today.
Biff.
How could you be?
Willy.
I was fired, and I'm looking for a little good news to tell your mother, because the woman has waited, and the woman has suffered. The gist of it is that I haven't got a story left in my head, Biff, so don't give me a lecture about facts and aspects. I am not interested. Now, what have you got to say to me?
Stanley enters with 3 drinks. They wait until he leaves. Willy.
Did you see Oliver?
Biff.
Jesus, Dad.
Willy.
You mean you didn't go up there?
Happy. Sure he went up there. Biff. I did. I saw him. How could they fire you? Willy, on the edge of his chair.
What kind of welcome did he give you?
Biff. He won't even let you work on commission? Willy.
I'm out. So, tell me, he gave you a warm welcome?
Happy.
Sure, Pop, sure.
Biff. Well, it was kind of... Willy.
I was wondering if he'd remember you.
To Happy.
Imagine, man doesn't see him for 10, 12 years and gives him that kind of a welcome.
Happy.
Damn right.
Biff.
Pop, look.
Willy.
You know why he remembered you, don't you? Because you impressed him in those days.
Biff. Let's talk quietly and get this down to the facts, huh? Willy.
Well, what happened? It's great news, Biff. Did he take you into his office, or did you talk in the waiting room?
Biff. Well, he came in, see, and... Willy, with a big smile.
What did he say? Betcha he threw his arm around you.
Biff. Well, he kinda... Willy.
He's a fine man.
To Happy.
Very hard man to see, you know.
Happy.
Oh, I know.
Willy. To Biff.
Is that where you had the drinks?
Biff.
Yeah, he gave me a couple of... No.
Happy. Cutting in.
He told him my Florida idea.
Willy.
Don't interrupt.
To Biff.
How'd he react to the Florida idea?
Biff.
Dad, will you give me a minute to explain?
Willy.
I've been waiting for you to explain since I sat down here. What happened? He took you into his office and what?
Biff.
Well, I talked. And he listened, see?
Willy.
Famous for the way he listens, you know? What was his answer?
Biff.
His answer was, Dad, you're not letting me tell you what I want to tell you.
Willy.
You didn't see him, did you?
Biff.
I did see him.
Willy.
What, you insult him or something? You insulted him, didn't you?
Biff.
Listen, will you let me out of it? Will you just let me out of it?
Happy.
What the hell?
Willy.
Tell me what happened.
Biff. To Happy.
I can't talk to him.
A single trumpet note jars the ear. The light of green leaves stains the house, which holds the air of night and a dream. Young Bernard enters and knocks on the door of the house. Young Bernard.
Mrs. Loman! Mrs. Loman!
Happy.
Tell him what happened.
Biff. To Happy.
Shut up and leave me alone.
Willy.
No! You had to go and flunk math.
Biff.
What math? What are you talking about?
Young Bernard.
Mrs. Loman! Mrs. Loman!
Linda appears in the house, as of old. Willy.
Math!
Biff.
Take it easy, Pop.
Young Bernard.
Mrs. Loman!
Willy.
If you hadn't flunked, you'd have been set by now.
Biff.
Now, look. I'm gonna tell you what happened, and you're going to listen to me.
Young Bernard.
Mrs. Loman!
Biff.
I waited 6 hours.
Happy.
What the hell are you saying?
Biff.
I kept sending my name in, but he wouldn't see me. So finally he
continues unheard as light fades low on the restaurant. Young Bernard.
Biff flunked math.
Linda.
No!
Young Bernard.
Birnbaum flunked him. They won't graduate him.
Linda.
But they have to. He's got to go to the university. Where is he? Biff! Biff!
Young Bernard.
No, he left. He went to Grand Central.
Linda.
Grand? You mean he went to Boston?
Young Bernard.
Is Uncle Willy in Boston?
Linda.
Oh, maybe Willy can talk to the teacher. Oh, the poor, poor boy.
Light on house area snaps out. Biff, at the table, now audible, holding up a gold fountain pen.
So I'm washed up with Oliver. You understand? Are you listening to me?
Willy.
Yeah. Sure. If you hadn't flunked...
Biff.
Flunked what? What are you talking about?
Willy.
Don't blame everything on me. I didn't flunk math. You did. What pen?
Happy.
That was awful dumb, Biff. A pen like that is worth...
Willy, seeing the pen for the first time.
You took Oliver's pen?
Biff.
Dad, I just explained it to you.
Willy.
You stole Bill Oliver's fountain pen.
Biff. I didn't exactly steal it. That's just what I've been explaining to you. Happy. He had it in his hand, and just then Oliver walked in, so he got nervous and stuck it in his pocket. Willy. My God, Biff! Biff. I never intended to do it, Dad. Operator's voice. Standish arms. Good evening. Willy. I'm not in my room! Biff. Dad, what's the matter? He and Happy stand up. Operator. Ringing Mr. Loman for you. Willy. I'm not there! Stop it! Biff gets down on one knee before Willy. Dad, I'll make good. I'll make good. Willy tries to get to his feet. Biff holds him down. Sit down now. Willy. No! You're no good. You're no good for anything. Biff. I am, Dad. I'll find something else, you understand? Now don't worry about anything. He holds up Willy's face. Talk to me, Dad. Operator. Mr. Loman does not answer. Shall I page him? Willy, attempting to stand, as though to rush and silence the operator. No, no, no! Happy. He'll strike something, Pop. Willy. No! No! Biff, desperately, standing over Willy. Pop, listen. Listen to me. I'm telling you something good. Oliver talked to his partner about the Florida idea. You listening? He talked to his partner, and he came to me. I'm going to be all right, you hear? Dad, listen to me. He said it was just a question of the amount. Willy. Then you got it. Happy. He's gonna be terrific, Pop. Willy, trying to stand. Then you got it, haven't you? You got it! You got it! Biff holds Willy down. No. No. Look, Pop. I'm supposed to have lunch with them tomorrow. I'm just telling you this so you'll know that I can still make an impression, Pop. And I'll make good somewhere. But I can't go tomorrow, see? Willy. Why not? You simply... Biff. But the pen, Pop. Willy. You give it to him and tell him it was an oversight. Happy. Sure, have lunch tomorrow. Biff. I can't say that. Willy. You were doing a crossword puzzle and accidentally used his pen. Biff. Listen, kid. I took those balls years ago. Now I walk in with his fountain pen? That clinches it, don't you see? I can't face him like that. I'll try elsewhere. Page's voice. Paging Mr. Loman. Willy. Don't you want to be anything? Biff. Pop, how can I go back? Willy. You don't want to be anything. Is that what's behind it? Biff. Don't take it that way. You think it was easy walking into that office after what I'd done to him? A team of horses couldn't have dragged me back to Bill Oliver. Willy. Then why'd you go? Biff. Why did I go? Why did I go? Look at you. Look at what's become of you. Off left, the woman laughs. Willy. Biff, you're going to go to that lunch tomorrow, or... Biff. I can't go. I've got no appointment. Happy. Biff, for... Willy. Are you spiting me? Biff. Don't take it that way. God damn it. Willy strikes Biff and falters away from the table. You rotten little louse! Are you spiting me? The woman. Someone's at the door, Willy. Biff.
I'm no good. Can't you see what I am?
Happy, separating them.
Hey, you're both in a restaurant. Now cut it out, both of you.
The girls enter.
Hello, girls. Sit down.
The woman laughs, off left. Miss Forsyth. I guess we might as well. This is Letta. The woman.
Willy, are you going to wake up?
Biff, ignoring Willy. How are you, miss? Sit down. What do you drink? Miss Forsyth. Letta might not be able to stay long. Letta. I gotta get up very early tomorrow. I got jury duty. I'm so excited. Were you fellows ever on a jury? Biff. No, but I've been in front of 'em. The girls laugh. This is my father. Letta. Isn't he cute? Sit down with us, Pop. Happy. Sit him down, Biff. Biff, going to him. Come on, slugger. Drink us under the table. To hell with it. Come on, sit down, pal. On Biff's last insistence, Willy is about to sit. The woman, now urgently.
Willy, are you going to answer the door?
The woman's call pulls Willy back. He starts right, befuddled. Biff.
Hey, where are you going?
Willy.
Open the door.
Biff. The door? Willy.
The washroom. The door. Where's the door?
Biff, leading Willy to the left. Just go straight down. Willy moves left. The woman.
Willy! Willy! Are you going to get up? Get up! Get up! Get up!
Willy exits left. Letta. I think it's sweet you bring your daddy along. Miss Forsyth. Oh, he isn't really your father. Biff, at left, turning to her resentfully. Miss Forsyth, you've just seen a prince walk by. A fine, troubled prince. A hard-working, unappreciated prince. A pal, you understand? A good companion, always for his boys. Letta. That's so sweet. Happy. Well, girls, what's the program? We're wasting time. Come on, Biff, gather round. Where would you like to go? Biff. Why don't you do something for him? Happy. Me! Biff. Don't you give a damn for him, Hap? Happy. What are you talking about? I'm the one who... Biff. I sense it. You don't give a good goddamn about him. He takes the rolled up hose from his pocket and puts it on the table in front of Happy. Look what I found in the cellar, for Christ's sake. How can you bear to let it go on? Happy. Me? Who goes away? Who runs off and... Biff. Yeah, but he doesn't mean anything to you. You could help him. I can't. Don't you understand what I'm talking about? He's going to kill himself. Don't you know that? Happy. Don't I know it? Me? Biff. Hap, help him. Jesus. Help him. Help me. Help me. I can't bear to look at his face. Ready to weep, he hurries out, upright. Happy, starting after him. Where are you going? Miss Forsyth. What's he so mad about? Happy. Come on, girls. We'll catch up with him. Miss Forsyth, as Happy pushes her out. Say, I don't like that temper of his. Happy. He's just a little overstrung. He'll be all right. Willy, off left as the woman laughs. Don't answer! Don't answer! Letta. Don't you want to tell your father? Happy. No, that's not my father. He's just a guy. Come on. We'll catch Biff and, honey, we're going to paint this town. Stanley, where's the check? Hey, Stanley! They exit. Stanley looks toward left. Stanley calling to Happy. Mr. Loman! Mr. Loman! Stanley picks up a chair and follows them off. Knocking is heard off left. The woman enters, laughing. Willy follows her. She is in a black slip. He is buttoning his shirt. Raw, sensuous music accompanies their speech. Willy. Will you stop laughing? Will you stop? The woman. Aren't you going to answer the door? He'll wake the whole hotel. Willy. I'm not expecting anybody. The woman. Why'n't you have another drink, honey, and stop being so damn self-centered? Willy. I'm so lonely. The woman. You know you ruined me, Willy. From now on, whenever you come to the office, I'll see that you go right through to the buyers. No waiting at my desk anymore, Willy. You ruined me. Willy. That's nice of you to say that. The woman. Gee, you are self-centered. Why so sad? You are the saddest, self-centeredest soul I ever did saw. He kisses her. Come on inside, drummer boy. It's silly to be dressing in the middle of the night. As knocking is heard. Aren't you going to answer the door? Willy. They're knocking on the wrong door. The woman. But I felt the knocking, and he heard us talking in here. Maybe the hotel's on fire. Willy. It's a mistake. The woman. Then tell him to go away. Willy. There's nobody there. The woman. It's getting on my nerves, Willy. There's somebody standing out there, and it's getting on my nerves. Willy, pushing her away from him. All right. Stay in the bathroom here, and don't come out. I think there's a law in Massachusetts about it, so don't come out. It may be that new room clerk. He looked very mean, so don't come out. It's a mistake. There's no fire. The knocking is heard again. He takes a few steps away from her, and she vanishes into the wing. The light follows him, and now he is facing young Biff, who carries a suitcase. Biff steps toward him. The music is gone. Biff. Why didn't you answer? Willy. Biff! What are you doing in Boston? Biff. Why didn't you answer? I've been knocking for 5 minutes. I called you on the phone. Willy. I just heard you. I was in the bathroom and had the door shut. Did anything happen home? Biff. Dad, I let you down. Willy. What do you mean? Biff. Dad. Willy. Biffo, what's this about? Putting his arm around Biff. Come on, let's go downstairs and get you a malted. Biff. Dad. I flunked math. Willy. Not for the term. Biff. The term. I haven't got enough credits to graduate. Willy. You mean to say Bernard wouldn't give you the answers? Biff. He did. He tried. But I only got a 61. Willy. And they wouldn't give you 4 points? Biff. Birnbaum refused absolutely. I begged him, Pop, but he won't give me those points. You gotta talk to him before they close the school. Because if he saw the kind of man you are, and you just talk to him in your way, I'm sure he'd come through for me. The class came right before practice, see? And I didn't go enough.
Would you talk to him? He'd like you, Pop. You know the way you could talk.
Willy.
You're on. We'll drive right back.
Biff.
Oh, Dad, good work. I'm sure he'll change it for you.
Willy.
Go downstairs and tell the clerk I'm checking out. Go right down.
Biff.
Yes, sir. See, the reason he hates me, Pop? One day he was late for class, so I got up at the blackboard and imitated him. I crossed my eyes and talked with a lisp.
Willy, laughing.
You did? The kids like it.
Biff.
They nearly died laughing.
Willy.
Yeah? What did you do?
Biff. The square root of 63 is... Willy bursts out laughing. Biff joins him.
And in the middle of it, he walked in.
Willy laughs, and the woman joins in off stage. Willy, without hesitation.
Hurry downstairs and...
Biff.
Somebody in there?
Willy.
No, that was next door.
The woman laughs off stage. Biff.
Somebody got in your bathroom.
Willy.
No, it's the next room. There's a party.
The woman enters, laughing. She lisps the following lines.
Can I come in?
There's something in the bathtub, Willy, and it's moving. Willy looks at Biff, who is staring open-mouthed and horrified at the woman. Willy.
You better go back to your room. They must be finished painting by now. They're painting her room, so I let her take a shower here. Go back! Go back!
He pushes her, the woman resisting.
But I've got to get dressed, Willy. I can't.
Willy.
Get out of here! Go back! Go back!
Suddenly striving for the ordinary.
This is Miss Frances, Biff. She's a buyer. They're painting her room. Go back, Miss Frances. Go back.
The woman.
But my clothes. I can't go out naked in the hall.
Willy, pushing her off stage.
Get out of here! Go back! Go back!
Biff slowly sits down on his suitcase as the argument continues off stage. The woman.
Where's my stockings? You promised me stockings, Willy.
Willy.
I have no stockings here.
The woman.
You had 2 boxes of size 9 shears for me, and I want them.
Willy.
Here, for God's sake, will you get out of here?
The woman enters holding a box of stockings.
I just hope there's nobody in the hall. That's all I hope.
To Biff.
Are you football or baseball?
Biff. Football. The woman, angry, humiliated.
That's me, too. Good night.
She snatches her clothes from Willy and walks out. Willy, after a pause.
Well, better get going. I want to get to the school first thing in the morning. Get my suits out of the closet. I'll get my valise.
Biff doesn't move.
What's the matter?
Biff remains motionless, tears falling.
She's a buyer. Buys for G.H. Simmons. She lives down the hall. They're painting. You don't imagine.
He breaks off. After a pause.
Now listen, pal. She's just a buyer. She sees merchandise in her room, and they have to keep it looking just so.
Pause. Assuming command.
All right. Get my suits.
Biff doesn't move.
Now stop crying and do as I say. I gave you an order. Biff, I gave you an order. Is that what you do when I give you an order? How dare you cry?
Putting his arm around Biff.
Now look, Biff. When you grow up, you'll understand about these things. You mustn't You mustn't overemphasize a thing like this. I'll see Birnbaum first thing in the morning.
Biff. Never mind. Willy, getting down beside Biff.
Never mind. He's gonna give you those points. I'll see to it.
Biff. He wouldn't listen to you. Willy.
He certainly will listen to me. You need those points for the U of Virginia.
Biff. I'm not going there. Willy.
Hey? If I can't get him to change that mark, you'll make it up in summer school. You've got all summer to...
Biff, his weeping breaking from him.
Dad.
Willy, infected by it.
Oh, my boy.
Biff.
Dad.
Willy.
She's nothing to me, Biff. I was lonely. I was terribly lonely.
Biff.
You gave her Mama's stockings.
His tears break through, and he rises to go. Willy, grabbing for Biff.
I gave you an order.
Biff.
Don't touch me, you liar.
Willy.
Apologize for that.
Biff.
You fake. You phony little fake. You fake.
Overcome, he turns quickly and, weeping fully, goes out with his suitcase. Willy is left on the floor, on his knees. Willy.
I gave you an order. Biff. Come back here or I'll beat you. Come back here. I'll whip you.
Stanley comes quickly in from the right and stands in front of Willy. Willy shouts at Stanley.
I gave you an order.
Stanley.
Hey, let's pick it up. Pick it up, Mr. Loman.
He helps Willy to his feet.
Your boys left with the chippies. They said they'll see you home.
A second waiter watches some distance away. Willy.
But we were supposed to have dinner together.
Music is heard. Willy's theme. Stanley.
Can you make it?
Willy.
Sure, I can make it.
Suddenly concerned about his clothes.
Do I look all right?
Stanley.
Sure, you look all right.
He flicks a speck off Willy's lapel. Willy.
Here's $1.
Stanley.
Oh, your son paid me. It's all right.
Willy, putting it in Stanley's hand.
No, take it. You're a good boy.
Stanley.
Oh no, you don't have to.
Willy.
Here's some more. I don't need it anymore.
After a slight pause.
Tell me, is there a seed store in the neighborhood?
Stanley.
Seeds?
You mean, like, to plant? As Willy turns, Stanley slips the money back into his jacket pocket. Willy.
Yeah, carrots, peas.
Stanley.
Well, there's hardware stores on 6th Avenue, but it may be too late now.
Willy.
Oh, I'd better hurry. I've got to get some seeds.
He starts off to the right.
I've got to get some seeds right away. Nothing's planted. I don't have a thing in the ground.
Willy hurries out as the light goes down. Stanley moves over to the right after him, watches him off. The other waiter has been staring at Willy. Stanley to the waiter.
Well, what are you looking at?
The waiter picks up the chairs and moves off right. Stanley takes the table and follows him. The light fades on this area. There is a long pause, the sound of the flute coming over. The light gradually rises on the kitchen, which is empty. Happy appears at the door of the house, followed by Biff. Happy is carrying a large bunch of long-stemmed roses. He enters the kitchen, looks around for Linda. Not seeing her, he turns to Biff, who is just outside the house door, and makes a gesture with his hands indicating, "Not here, I guess." He looks into the living room and freezes. Inside, Linda, unseen, is seated, Willy's coat on her lap. She rises ominously and quietly and moves toward Happy, who backs up into the kitchen, afraid. Happy. "Hey! What are you doing up?" Linda says nothing, but moves toward him implacably. "Where's Pop?" He keeps backing to the right, and now Linda is in full view in the doorway to the living room. "Is he sleeping?" Linda. "Where were you?" Happy. "Ha! We met 2 girls, Mom. Very fine types. Here, we brought you some flowers." Offering them to her. "Put them in your room, Ma." She knocks them to the floor at Biff's feet. He has now come inside and closed the door behind him. She stares at Biff, silent. Happy. "Now what do you do that for, Mom? I want you to have some flowers." Linda, cutting Happy off. To Biff. "Don't you care whether he lives or dies?" Happy, going to the stairs. "Come upstairs, Biff." Biff, to Happy. "Go away from me." To Linda. "What do you mean, lives or dies? Nobody's dying around here, pal." Linda. "Get out of my sight. Get out of here." Biff. "I want to see the boss." Linda. "You're not going near him." Biff. "Where is he?" He moves into the living room, and Linda follows. Linda, shouting after Biff. "You invite him for dinner. He looks forward to it all day." Biff appears in his parents' bedroom, looks around, and exits. "And then you desert him there. There's no stranger you'd do that to." Happy. "Why? He had a swell time with us." Linda comes back into the kitchen. "Listen, when I desert him, I hope I don't outlive the day." Linda. "Get out of here." Happy. "Now look, Mom." Linda. "Did you have to go to women tonight? You and your lousy, rotten whores." Biff re-enters the kitchen. Happy. "Mom, all we did was follow Biff around trying to cheer him up." To Biff. "Boy, what a night you gave me." Linda. "Get out of here, both of you, and don't come back. I don't want you tormenting him anymore. Go on now. Get your things together." To Biff. "You can sleep in his apartment." She starts to pick up the flowers and stops herself. "Pick up this stuff. I'm not your maid anymore. Pick it up, you bum, you." Happy turns his back to her in refusal. Biff slowly moves over and gets down on his knees, picking up the flowers. Linda. "You're a pair of animals. Not one, not another living soul would have had the cruelty to walk out on that man in a restaurant." Biff, not looking at her. "Is that what he said?" Linda. "He didn't have to say anything. He was so humiliated he nearly limped when he came in." Happy. "But Mom, he had a great time with us." Biff, cutting him off violently. "Shut up!" Without another word, Happy goes upstairs. Linda. You You didn't even go in to see if he was all right. Biff, still on the floor in front of Linda, the flowers in his hand, with self-loathing. No. Didn't. Didn't do a damned thing. How do you like that, hey? Left him babbling in a toilet. Linda. You louse! You... Biff. Now you hit it on the nose. He gets up, throws the flowers in the wastebasket. The scum of the earth, and you're looking at him. Linda. Get out of here! Biff. I gotta talk to the boss, Mom. Where is he? Linda. You're not going near him. Get out of this house. Biff, with absolute assurance, determination. No. We're gonna have an abrupt conversation, him and me. Linda. You're not talking to him. Hammering is heard from outside the house, off right. Biff turns towards the noise. Linda. Will you please leave him alone? Biff. What's he doing out there? Linda. He's planting the garden. Biff. Now? Oh my God. Biff moves outside, Linda following. The light dies down on them and comes up on the center of the apron as Willy walks into it. He is carrying a flashlight, a hoe, and a handful of seed packets. He wraps the top of the hoe sharply to fix it firmly, and then moves to the left, measuring off the distance with his foot. He holds the flashlight to look at the seed packets, reading off the instructions. He is in the blue of night. Willy. Carrots. 1/4 inch apart. Rows. 1 foot rows. He measures it off. 1 foot. He puts down a package and measures off. Beets. He puts down another package and measures again. Lettuce. He reads the package, puts it down. 1 foot. He breaks off as Ben appears at the right and moves slowly down to him. What a proposition. Terrific. Terrific. 'Cause she's suffered, Ben. The woman has suffered. You understand me? A man can't go out the way he came in, Ben. A man has got to add up to something. You can't. Ben moves towards him as though to interrupt. You gotta consider now. Don't answer so quick. Remember, it's a guaranteed $20,000 proposition. Now look, Ben, I want you to go through the ins and outs of this thing with me. I've got nobody to talk to, Ben. And the woman has suffered. You hear me? Ben, standing still, considering. What's the proposition? Willy. It's $20,000 on the barrelhead. Guaranteed. Gilt-edged. You understand? Ben. You don't want to make a fool of yourself. They might not honor the policy. Willy. How can they dare refuse? Didn't I work like a coolie to meet every premium on the nose? And now they don't pay off? Impossible. Ben. It's called a cowardly thing, William. Willy. Why? Does it take more guts to stand here the rest of my life ringing up a zero? Ben. That's a point, William. He moves, thinking, turns. And 20,000. That is something one can feel with the hand. It is there. Willy, now assured. Oh, Ben, that's the whole beauty of it. I see it like a diamond shining in the dark,
hard and rough, that I can pick up and touch in my hand. Not like an appointment. This would not be another damned fool appointment, Ben. And it changes all the aspects. Because he thinks I'm nothing, see? And so he spites me. But the funeral,
as he straightens up,
Ben, that funeral will be massive. They'll come from Maine, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, all the old-timers with the strange license plates. That boy will be thunderstruck, Ben, because he never realized. I am known. Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, I am known, Ben, and he'll see it with his eyes once and for all. He'll see what I am, Ben. He's in for a shock, that boy.
Ben, coming down to the edge of the garden. He'll call you a coward. Willy.
No! That would be terrible!
Ben. Yes, and a damned fool. Willy.
No! No, he mustn't! I won't have that!
He is broken and desperate. Ben. He'll hate you, William. The gay music of the boys is heard. Willy.
Oh, Ben! How do we get back to all the great times? Used to be so full of light and comradeship, the sleigh riding in winter, and the ruddiness on his cheeks, and always some kind of good news coming up. Always something nice coming up ahead. And never even let me carry the valises in the house, and Simonizing that little red car. Why? Why can't I give him something and not have him hate me?
Ben. Let me think about it. He glances at his watch. I still have a little time. Remarkable proposition. But you've got to be sure you're not making a fool of yourself. Ben drifts off upstage and goes out of sight. Biff comes down from the left. Willy, suddenly conscious of Biff, turns and looks up at him, then begins picking up the packages of seeds in confusion.
Where the hell is that seed? You can't see nothing out here. They boxed in the whole goddamn neighborhood.
Biff. There are people all around here. Don't you realize that? Willy.
I'm busy. Don't bother me.
Biff, taking the hoe from Willy. I'm saying goodbye to you, Pop. Willy looks at him, silent, unable to move. I'm not coming back anymore. Willy.
You're not going to see Oliver tomorrow.
Biff. I've got no appointment, Dad. Willy.
He put his arm around you, and you've got no appointment.
Biff. Pop. Get this now, will you? Every time I've left, it's been a fight that sent me out of here. Today I realized something about myself, and I tried to explain it to you, and I think I'm just not smart enough to make any sense out of it for you. To hell with whose fault it is or anything like that. He takes Willy's arm. Let's just wrap it up, hey? Come on in. We'll tell Mom. He gently tries to pull Willy to left. Willy, frozen, immobile.
No. I don't want to see her.
Biff. Come on. He pulls again, and Willy tries to pull away. Willy.
No, no! I don't want to see her.
Biff tries to look into Willy's face, as if to find the answer there. Why don't you want to see her? Willy.
Don't bother me, will ya?
Biff. What do you mean you don't want to see her?
You don't want them calling you yellow, do you? This isn't your fault. It's me. I'm a bum. Now come inside.
Willy strains to get away.
Did you hear what I said to you?
Willy pulls away and quickly goes by himself into the house. Biff follows. Linda to Willy.
Did you plant, dear?
Biff at the door to Linda.
Oh, right. We had it out. I'm going.
And I'm not writing any more. Linda going to Willy in the kitchen.
I think that's the best way, dear. 'Cause there's no use drawing it out. You'll just never get along.
Willy doesn't respond. Biff.
People ask where I am and what I'm doing. You don't know, and you don't care. That way, it'll be off your mind, and you can start brightening up again. All right? That clears it, doesn't it?
Willy is silent, and Biff goes to him.
You're gonna wish me luck, Scout?
He extends his hand.
What do you say?
Linda.
Shake his hand, Willy.
Willy, turning to her.
There's no necessity to mention the pen at all, you know?
Biff. I've got no appointment, Dad. Willy.
He put his arm around.
Biff.
Dad, you're never going to see what I am, so what's the use of arguing? If I strike oil, I'll send you a check. Meantime, forget I'm alive.
Willy to Linda.
Spite, see?
Biff.
Shake hands, Dad.
Willy.
Not my hand.
Biff.
I was hoping not to go this way.
Willy.
Well, this is the way you're going. Goodbye.
Biff looks at him a moment, then turns sharply and goes to the stairs. Willy stops him with,
May you rot in hell if you leave this house.
Biff, turning.
Exactly what is it that you want from me?
Willy.
I want you to know, on the train, in the mountains, in the valleys, wherever you go, that you cut down your life for spite.
Biff.
No. No.
Willy.
Spite. Spite is the word of your undoing. And when you're down and out, remember what did it. When you're rotten somewhere beside the railroad tracks, remember. And don't you dare blame it on me.
Biff.
I'm not blaming it on you.
Willy.
I won't take the rap for this, you hear?
Happy comes down the stairs and stands on the bottom step, watching. Biff.
That's just what I'm telling you.
Willy, sinking into a chair at the table with full accusation.
You're trying to put a knife in me. Don't think I don't know what you're doing.
Biff.
All right, phony. Then let's lay it on the line.
He whips the rubber tube out of his pocket and puts it on the table. Happy.
You crazy?
Linda.
Biff!
She moves to grab the hose, but Biff holds it down with his hand. Biff.
Leave it there! Don't move it.
Willy, not looking at it.
What is that?
Biff.
You know goddamn well what that is.
Willy.
I never saw that.
Biff.
You saw it. The mice didn't bring it into the cellar. What is this supposed to do? Make a hero out of you? This is supposed to make me sorry for you.
Willy.
Never heard of it.
Biff.
There'll be no pity for you. You hear it? No pity.
Willy to Linda.
You hear the spite?
Biff.
No, you're going to hear the truth. What you are. And what I am.
Linda.
Stop it.
Willy.
Spite.
Happy, coming down toward Biff. You cut it out now. Biff to Happy. The man don't know who we are. The man is gonna know. To Willy. We never told the truth for 10 minutes in this house. Happy. We always told the truth. Biff, turning on him. You big blow? Are you the assistant buyer? You're one of the 2 assistants to the assistant, aren't you? Happy. Well, I'm practically. Biff. You're practically full of it. We all are, and I'm through with it. To Willy. Now hear this, Willy. This is me. Willy. I know you. Biff. You know why I had no address for 3 months? I stole a suit in Kansas City, and I was in jail. To Linda, who is sobbing. Stop crying. I'm through with it. Linda turns away from them, her hands covering her face. Willy. Oh, I suppose that's my fault. Biff. I stole myself out of every good job since high school. Willy. And whose fault is that? Biff. And I never got anywhere because you blew me so full of hot air I could never stand taking orders from anybody. That's whose fault it is. Willy. I hear that. Linda. Don't, Biff. Biff. It's goddamn time you heard that. I had to be boss big shot in 2 weeks, and I'm through with it. Willy. Then hang yourself. For spite. Hang yourself. Biff. No! Nobody's hanging himself, Willy. I ran down 11 flights with a pen in my hand today. And suddenly I stopped. You hear me? And in the middle of that office building, do you hear this? I stopped in the middle of that building, and I saw the sky. I saw the things that I love in this world, the work and the food and the time to sit and smoke. And I looked at the pen and said to myself, what the hell am I grabbing this for? Why am I trying to become what I don't want to be? What am I doing in an office making a contemptuous begging fool of myself when all I want is out there, waiting for me the minute I say I know who I am? Why can't I say that, Willy? He tries to make Willy face him, but Willy pulls away and moves to the left. Willy. The door of your life is wide open. Biff. Pop. I'm a dime a dozen, and so are you. Willy. I am not a dime a dozen. I am Willy Loman, and you are Biff Loman. Biff starts for Willy, but is blocked by Happy. In his fury, Biff seems on the verge of attacking his father. Biff. I am not a leader of men, Willy, and neither are you. You were never anything but a hard-working drummer who landed in the ash can like all the rest of them. I'm $1 an hour, Willy. I tried 7 states and couldn't raise it. $1 an hour. Do you gather my meaning? I'm not bringing home any prizes anymore, and you're going to stop waiting for me to bring them home. Willy, directly to Biff. You vengeful, spiteful mutt. Biff breaks from Happy. Willy, in fright, starts up the stairs. Biff grabs him. Biff, at the peak of his fury. Pop! I'm nothing. I'm nothing, Pop. Can't you understand that? There's no spite in it anymore. I'm just what I am, that's all. Biff's fury has spent itself, and he breaks down, sobbing, holding on to Willy, who dumbly fumbles for Biff's face. Willy. What are you doing? What are you doing? To Linda. Why is he crying? Biff. crying, broken.
Will you let me go, for Christ's sake? Will you take that phony dream and burn it before something happens?
He pulls away and moves to the stairs.
I'll go in the morning. Put him to bed.
Exhausted, Biff moves up the stairs to his room. Willy, after a long pause.
Isn't that remarkable? Biff, he likes me.
Linda.
He loves you, Willy.
Happy.
Always did, Pop.
Willy.
Oh, Biff!
Staring wildly.
He cried to me.
He is choking with his love, and now cries out his promise.
That boy is going to be magnificent.
Ben appears in the light just outside the kitchen. Ben. Yes, outstanding, with 20,000 behind him. Linda, sensing the racing of his mind.
Now, come to bed, Willy. It's all settled now.
Willy, finding it difficult not to rush out of the house.
Yes. We'll sleep. Come on. Go to sleep, Hap.
Ben. And it does take a great kind of a man to crack the jungle. In accents of dread, Ben's idyllic music starts up. Happy, his arm around Linda.
I'm getting married, Pop. Don't forget it. I'm changing everything. I'm gonna run that department before the year is up. You'll see, Mom.
He kisses her. Ben. The jungle is dark, but full of diamonds, Willy. Willy turns, moves, listening to Ben. Linda.
Be good. You're both good boys. Just act that way, that's all.
Happy.
Night, Pop.
He goes upstairs. Linda to Willy.
Come, dear.
Ben, with greater force. One must go in to fetch a diamond out. Willy, to Linda, as he moves slowly along the edge of the kitchen toward the door.
I just want to get settled down, Linda. Let me sit alone for a little.
Linda, almost uttering her fear.
I want you upstairs.
Willy, taking her in his arms.
In a few minutes, Linda. I couldn't sleep right now. Go on. You look awful tired.
He kisses her. Ben. Not like an appointment at all. A diamond is rough and hard to the touch. Willy.
Go on now. I'll be right up.
Linda. I think this is the only way, Willy.
Willy. Sure, it's the best thing.
Ben. Best thing. Willy.
The only way. Everything is gonna be. Go on, kid. Get to bed. You look so tired.
Linda. Come right up. Willy.
2 minutes.
Linda goes into the living room, then reappears in her bedroom. Willy moves just outside the kitchen door. Willy.
Loves me. Always loved me. Isn't that a remarkable thing? Ben, he'll worship me for it.
Ben. It's dark there, but full of diamonds. Willy.
Can you imagine that magnificence with $20,000 in his pocket?
Willy, calling into the kitchen.
Yeah, coming. It's very smart. You realize that, don't you, sweetheart? Even Ben sees it. I gotta go, baby. Bye. Bye.
Going over to Ben, almost dancing.
Imagine, when the mail comes, he'll be ahead of Bernard again.
Ben. A perfect proposition all around. Willy.
Did you see how he cried to me? Oh, if I could kiss him, Ben.
Ben. Time, William. Time. Willy.
Oh, Ben. I always knew one way or another. We were gonna make it, Biff and I.
Ben, looking at his watch. The boat. We'll be late. He moves slowly off into the darkness. Willy, turning to the house.
Now, when you kick off, boy, I want a 70-yard boot and get right down the field under the ball. And when you hit low and hit hard, because it's important, boy.
He swings around and faces the audience.
There's all kinds of important people in the stands, and the first thing you know...
Suddenly realizing he is alone.
Ben! Ben, where do I...
He makes a sudden movement of search.
Ben! How do I...
Linda, calling.
Willy! You coming up?
Willy, whirling about as if to quiet her.
Shh!
He turns around as if to find his way. Sounds, faces, voices seem to be swarming in upon him, and he flicks at them, crying, "Shh! Shh!" Suddenly music, faint and high, stops him. It rises in intensity, almost to an unbearable scream. He goes up and down on his toes and rushes off around the house. Shh! Linda.
Willy!
There is no answer. Linda waits. Biff gets up off his bed. He is still in his clothes. Happy sits up. Biff stands, listening. Linda.
Willy! Answer me! Willy!
There is the sound of a car starting and moving away at full speed. Linda.
No!
Biff, rushing down the stairs.
Pop!
As the car speeds off, the music crashes down in a frenzy of sound, which becomes the soft pulsation of a single cello string. Biff slowly returns to his bedroom. He and Happy gravely don their jackets. Linda slowly walks out of her room. The music has developed into a dead march. The leaves of day are appearing over everything. Charlie and Bernard, somberly dressed, appear and knock on the kitchen door. Biff and Happy slowly descend the stairs to the kitchen as Charlie and Bernard enter. All stop a moment when Linda, in clothes of mourning, bearing a little bunch of roses, comes through the draped doorway into the kitchen. She goes to Charlie and takes his arm. Now, all move toward the audience through the wall line of the kitchen. At the limit of the apron, Linda lays down the flowers, kneels, and sits back on her heels. All stare down at the grave. Requiem. Charlie. It's getting dark, Linda. Linda doesn't react. She stares at the grave. Biff. How about it, Mom? Better get some rest, hey? They'll be closing the gate soon. Linda makes no move. Pause. Happy.
He had no right to do that. There was no necessity for it. We would have helped him.
Charlie. Biff. Come along, Mom. Linda. Why didn't anybody come? Charlie. It was a very nice funeral. Linda. But where are all the people he knew? Maybe they blame him. Charlie. Nah. It's a rough world, Linda. They wouldn't blame him. Linda. I can't understand it. At this time especially. First time in 35 years we were just about free and clear. He only needed a little salary. He was even finished with the dentist. Charlie. No man only needs a little salary. Linda. I can't understand it. Biff. There were a lot of nice days. When he'd come home from a trip, or on Sundays making the stoop, finishing the cellar, putting on the new porch, when he built the extra bathroom, and put up the garage. You know something, Charlie? There's more of him in that front stoop than in all the sales he ever made. Charlie. Yeah. He was a happy man with a batch of cement. Linda. He was so wonderful with his hands. Biff. He had the wrong dreams. All wrong. Happy, almost ready to fight Biff. Don't say that! Biff. He never knew who he was. Charlie, stopping Happy's movement and reply. To Biff. Nobody dast blame this man. You don't understand. Willy was a salesman, and for a salesman, there is no rock bottom to the life. He don't put a bolt to a nut. He don't tell you the law or give you medicine. He's a man, way out there in the blue, riding on a smile and a shoe shine. And when they start not smiling back, that's an earthquake. And then you get yourself a couple of spots on your hat, and you're finished. Nobody dast blame this man. A salesman is got to dream, boy. It comes with the territory. Biff. Charlie, the man didn't know who he was. Happy. Don't say that! Biff. Why don't you come with me, Happy? Happy. I'm not licked that easily. I'm staying right in this city, and I'm gonna beat this racket. He looks at Biff, his chin set. The Loman brothers! Biff. I know who I am, kid. Happy. All right, boy. I'm gonna show you and everybody else that Willy Loman did not die in vain. He had a good dream. It's the only dream you can have, to come out #1 man. He fought it out here, and this is where I'm gonna win it for him. Biff, with a hopeless glance at Happy, bends towards his mother. Let's go, Mom. Linda. I'll be with you in a minute. Go on, Charlie. He hesitates. I want to. Just for a minute. I never had a chance to say goodbye. Charlie moves away, followed by Happy. Biff remains a slight distance up and left of Linda. She sits there, summoning herself. The flute begins, not far away, playing behind her speech. Linda. Forgive me, dear. I can't cry. I don't know what it is, but I can't cry. I don't understand it. Why did you ever do that? Help me, Willy. I can't cry. It seems to me that you're just on another trip. I keep expecting you. Willy, dear, I can't cry. Well, why did you do it? I search and search and I search and I can't understand it, Willy. I made the last payment on the house today. Today, dear.
and there'll be nobody home.
A sob rises in her throat.
We're free and clear.
Sobbing more fully, released.
We're free.
Biff comes slowly toward her.
We're free. We're free.
Biff lifts her to her feet and moves out upright with her in his arms. Linda sobs quietly. Bernard and Charlie come together and follow them, followed by Happy. Only the music of the flute is left on the darkening stage, as over the house, the hard towers of the apartment buildings rise into sharp focus and the curtain falls. Recorded by Studio Ardis, 2006. Read by Michael Whiten.